My great kingdom of Italy. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 2. After the Italian fleet continued sailing for more than an hour, an uninvited guest appeared on the horizon. This is the Italian fleet. Captain Nakano, who personally boarded the lookout post, looked at the warship in the distance with a surprised look on his face. Those 3 warships are very big. They should be the Turin class ships, the Turin, the Palermo, and the Bari. The next 2, which look smaller, should be the Venice and the Brescia. There are also the first, second, and second ships. 3, 4, 5, 9 other warships. Nakano Aiki excitedly talked about everything he saw with his telescope, and he was equally excited as several other officers at the sentry post. Let's retreat quickly before the enemy notices us. If we are discovered, we will be in too much danger. Yes, if the news cannot be sent back, Lieutenant General Ito will miss the opportunity. Don't blame these officers for saying this, because although their armor is fast, there is no guarantee that there may be faster warships in the Italian fleet. As a qualified naval officer, he naturally knows that the best choice, after detecting the target, is to quickly send the news back. They have absolutely no reason to worry about themselves. It's all for the United Fleet point. Although other officers were eager to serve the country, as the captain, Aiki Nakano could not let go of this good opportunity for investigation. No, we can't leave yet. We need to get closer. We need more information. Nakano Aiki, who had more of a desire to serve his country than those officers, completely ignored the danger and ordered to approach the Italian fleet to observe closely. Following his order, the officers and soldiers on the Yama gradually approached the Italian fleet in fear. Since Nakano Aiki wanted to observe closely, it would be very easy for the Italian fleet to spot him. Before he could take a closer look at the Italian warships with the ship identification chart, he was immediately discovered. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, a Japanese warship is approaching. When the messenger informed Lieutenant General Alvaro of the discovery of the Yama, the Lieutenant General also saw the Yama's figure through the telescope. Immediately order the Barrett and Gasco to drive out the enemy warships. The Barrett and the Gascon are the 2 faster cruisers in the Italian fleet. The Barrett in particular has the second highest speed after the Eagle. It can run up to 21.7 knots and can drive away even one cruiser. The 1,000-ton Yama is not a piece of cake. Lieutenant General Alvaro did not want to see this Japanese warship approaching him, so he had to drive it away first. Although he also knew that this would expose the position of his fleet, he could not let the Japanese see his next actions. Lieutenant General Alvaro knew that his first priority was to escort the 1st Guards Division to Wihawari, so he had different requirements and different methods on the Yama. Captain Nakano, who wanted to observe the 2 Italian warships approaching with great momentum, could only order to leave quickly due to the attention of all the officers and soldiers on the ship. But fortunately, Yishin found the target, and it was not a loss at all to regain his life. Compared with the cautious officers and soldiers on the Yama, the Eagle, which had the same mission as it, behaved much more arrogantly. Boom, boom, boom. Several naval guns roared, and the shells they fired were directed at a speeding battleship. The kinetic energy of the propellant caused the shell to rush towards the enemy at a speed of 800 or 900 meters per second. However, after 8 or 9 seconds, the shell, which had exhausted its kinetic energy, could only look at the battleship still 800 or 900 meters away. Unwillingly plunged into the sea. Huge splashes bloomed. On the Eagle, watching the water splashing from the Japanese ship's shells naturally aroused a burst of ridicule from the officers and soldiers. They still want to hit us from so far away. Do they think they are gods? I think the officer who ordered the firing is definitely not in his right mind today. This is good news. If Hayate and Takachi host Togo Hihachiro and Colonel Nomura Sadeo heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. Don't they want to get close to the Eagle and have a higher accuracy before firing? It's not that the Eagle is too fast. The fastest ship in the United Fleet is more than 3 knots behind the Eagle. To be able to get the opportunity to fire from this position, the Eagle would have to go around alone and want to harass the combined fleet, otherwise everyone would just be disappointed. Besides, we are all old sea dogs, and no one knows the advantages of 3 knots. Captain, do you want to fire back? Facing the first mate's question, the captain, Major Pez, shook his head. Relax, my mate, this is just a warning from the enemy that we are too close to them. There is no need to fire back. We can just continue sailing close to them. Don't be nervous, young men. We will continue to fight for the Lieutenant General. Test your opponent's quality. Following Major Pez's order, the Eagle completely ignored the 2 ships Hayami and Takachiho and continued to circle around the combined fleet. Faced with the Eagle's behavior of treating the United Fleet as nothing, it naturally aroused the anger of the Japanese ship's officers and soldiers. Japanese curses with their own accents were blurted out. If Major Pez stood in front of them, they would definitely be able to wash their hands of each other. Of course, when the officers and soldiers of the United Fleet expressed their anger towards the Eagle, some people also had different emotions. As the commander of the combined fleet, Yujiro Ito looked at the majestic Eagle with a sad look on his face. Deo, tell me about this Italian Eagle that appeared. Facing the commander's words, the Chief of Staff, Colonel Shigito Dua, said immediately. At 10:48, the Italian Eagle pursued our battleship Tsukuba and appeared in front of us. At 10:59, the battleship Tsukuba was sunk in front of us. After the Italian Eagle sank the Tsukuba, it did not fly away. Instead, it has been following our fleet, so our fleet has to be vigilant enough. Ito Yujiro was very satisfied with Colonel Dua's answer, and then he continued to ask, do you think the Italian Eagle's behavior is unusual? Facing Commander Ito's question, Colonel Dua nodded and answered, it's indeed abnormal. Logically speaking, the Italian Eagle should have returned to report after discovering our fleet, but the Italian Eagle stayed around us and never left at all. Could it be that we didn't have time to discover that there was another Italian warship? It brought us news. I hope so, although, he affirmed Colonel Dua's analysis. Lieutenant General Ito was somewhat unconvinced. There were so many lookout posts in the United Fleet, but no Chinese warships were found. Of course Ito Yujiro didn't believe that there were so many lookout posts in his own country that were so incompetent. In fact, he still had an idea in his heart, that is, the Italian Eagle must have notified its fleet through a method unknown to him, so it followed him so confidently. Of course, in his heart, he still hoped that his own lookout post had made an oversight rather than his own inner speculation. And if the Italian fleet could still communicate at such a long distance, think about how terrifying it would be. This will make the Italian fleet even more powerful, and will also make it more difficult for the combined fleet, which is already at a disadvantage. I hope I'm overthinking it. Ito Yuhiro's sudden words made Colonel Izuku next to him feel a little confused. Your Majesty, Lieutenant General, what did you say? Ito Yuheng pointed to the Eagle in the distance and said, I say our plan A is not feasible. We should consider plans B and C. Previously, Dua Shijit and his staff formulated 3 plans. Plan A is a plan that can be implemented only when the combined fleet first discovers the enemy. In fact, the 3 plans are all formulated based on the different situations the combined fleet encounters. Number A means that the combined fleet discovers the enemy first. Number B means both sides discover the opponent at the same time. Number 100 is the most unfavorable, and the enemy discovers them first. Now there is no need for Lieutenant General Ito to remind him. Colonel Dua also knows that Plan A is useless. Next, it depends on whether the warships sent out for reconnaissance can bring back news about the Italian fleet. Just when the 2 of them were having a headache over this, they suddenly heard a shout from the lookout post. A warship was spotted in the distance. It seems to be the Yama. Chapter 327, The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 3. You mean to say that we encountered the Italian fleet in the waters 38 nautical miles southeast? Yujiro Ito asked again with confirmation, and beside him, Shikikeyama, Shigita Dua and others also looked at the ordeal-ridden Captain Nakano with serious expressions. Yes, Commander, I did encounter the Italian fleet 38 nautical miles southeast. Do you see clearly? You can see it clearly. At This time, Izuku Shijin suddenly broke into the conversation. Is there a transport fleet in the Italian fleet you saw? Although Nakano Aiki didn't know why the chief of staff would ask this question. When he saw the three officers with their bright eyes wide open, he immediately understood that this question was very important. Although my main attention is on the Italian fleet, I can still see a large fleet of transport ships behind the warships. Nakano Aiki's answer made the three eyes light up, because they all knew that Colonel Dua's plan was based on the fact that the Italian transport fleet was still there. As Lieutenant General Ito asked a few more questions, Captain Nakano answered them truthfully. Okay, we already know the situation. Thank you and the other officers and soldiers of the Yama for your efforts. I hope you will continue to serve the Empire. After Nakano Aiki left, Dua Shigino, the chief of staff, was the most frustrated. Since the enemy's transport fleet has not left, I think the plan can continue to be implemented. It is time to send an invitation to the enemy to fight. Dua Shijin's invitation to fight put great pressure on the commander, Lieutenant General Ito, because he would need to rely on him to give orders next. Regardless of whether this naval battle is won or lost, he will be the first person responsible. However, Ito Yuheng also knew that he had no choice. Now he had an arrow on the string and had to take action immediately. Order the fleet to form a battle formation and advance to the southeast at a speed of 14 knots. In addition, the first battle group is composed of Yamashiro, Matsushima, Itsukushima, Hashida and other ships, and the third battle group is composed of Yoshino, Takachiho, Hayami, Izumi and other ships. Team 2, following Ito Yuhiro's order, the combined fleet no longer controlled the Eagle on the periphery, but instead formed a battle formation and advanced to the southeast point. Faced with the actions of the United Fleet, Lieutenant General Alvaro, who has a powerful communication tool, has always been aware of it, since he was able to contact the Eagle. After giving the order to continue monitoring the Eagle, Lieutenant General Alvaro immediately ordered the transport fleet, led by the three cruisers Pernia, Courage, and Glory, to turn and retreat to the rear. Let these three cruisers leave with the transport fleet to avoid distraction. Moreover, these three cruisers are also the weakest in terms of tonnage and firepower in the formation. They only have a tonnage of 1 or 2,000, and their main responsibility is to protect the transportation team. Since the enemy wants a frontal naval battle, then we will give it to them. Order all ships to prepare for the battle. Following Lieutenant General Alvaro's order, the remaining battleships began pre-war preparations. Sandbags, fire extinguishing equipment, ammunition, etc. were continuously moved out by the sailors, while Lieutenant General Alvaro maintained contact with the Eagle. Contact allows you to control the enemy's dynamics at any time. At this moment, Lieutenant General Alvaro felt that radio had a profound impact on naval warfare. It was impossible to know the enemy's movements without a lookout post. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Of course, this had a lot to do with the normal operation of the Eagle's radio. At 1:25 in the afternoon, the rail pole of the combined fleet finally appeared on the sea level, and before that, the lookout post had already issued a warning in advance through the smoke column. Finally, at this moment, many officers and soldiers of the combined fleet, as well as officers and soldiers of the task force, suddenly had this idea in their hearts. However, as the commanders of both sides, Lieutenant General Alvaro and Lieutenant General Ito Yuhiro had no such idea. The moment they discovered each other, they began to compete. Order the fleet course to deflect 15 degrees eastward. Since the combined fleet is coming from the northwest and the Italian fleet is in the southeast, turning eastward can give the combined fleet the advantage of grabbing the T. However, Lieutenant General Alvaro sneered at Ito Yuhiro's operations. Order the fleet to speed up and increase the speed to 18 knots. That's right. The Italian task force commanded by Lieutenant General Alvaro has an unparalleled speed advantage. You can manipulate it in any way. Why don't I directly use the speed advantage? Unless the combined fleet is willing to divide the formation into two parts, otherwise it will start with T. He was determined. Of course, if the Japanese fleet commander really divides the fleet into two parts in order to grab the T letter, then Vice Admiral Alvaro will really laugh his head off. He can happily divide and eat the Japanese warships and return them to the opponent. take a lesson point as for the Italian fleet's use of speed as a means to grab the tank. Of course the opponent Hirohito discovered it at the first opportunity point. However, as a saying goes, knowing a problem does not mean it can be solved. This is exactly the state of Itohiro. Lieutenant General Alvaro's hand directly hit the lifeblood of the United Fleet. Because according to the short plank theory of the barrel, the United Fleet has a lot of 14-kilometer warships, and it is impossible to compete with the Italian fleet in speed. So despite the expectations of others, Itoheng has no solution. Without the speed advantage and unable to divide his troops, Itohiro could only find compensation in other aspects. Fortunately, they didn't want to fight a formal naval battle. Let the fleet turn 30 degrees westward and continue sailing at a speed of 14 knots. Also adjust the fleet order, with Yamashiro as the bow, followed by the 3 ships Matsushima, Itsukushima, and Hashidate, and then Yoshino in turn number 1, Akitsusu, Chiyoda, Iwajima, Takachiho, Izumi, Atago, Kamen, and Tateyama each acted according to their respective formation assignments after conducting their first bombardment against the enemy. That's right, the combined fleet led by Hirohito must compete with the Italian fleet before proceeding with the plan formulated by Colonel Duapoint. Because they needed to bypass the obstruction of the Italian fleet, they had to line up for a bombardment. Then, the first team was left to entangle the opponent, while the second team left the battlefield and pounced on the transport fleet at the rear. This is also why the Yamashiro, formerly the Bullet, will stay in the first team. The Sankei ship is not strong and is afraid that it will not be able to withstand the giant guns of the opponent's 3 battleships. After all, except for the 320mm main gun of the Sankei ship. Besides, it has nothing to offer in terms of protection and speed. Of course, in addition to the main battleships, the combined fleet also carries some other warships. In addition, the torpedo boats Kitty Hawk, number 7, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 19, number 22, and number 23 were ordered to follow behind and wait for the opportunity to torpedo surprise disrupts enemy fleet. Following Itohiro's order, the combined fleet began a bombardment line formation. On Lieutenant General Alvaro's side, he laughed as he watched his opponent start preparing for artillery attacks from a distance. It seems that the enemy has given up on grabbing the T. If this is the case, then we will do our part and turn 45 degrees to the west. Let us teach them a lesson with naval guns. Although Lieutenant General Alvaro said it very easily, the artillery formation was also being carried out. 3 Turin-class battleships took the lead, followed by 2 Venice-class armored cruisers, and then various types of protected cruisers based on tonnage, firepower and other factors. Next in line, the 2 warship formations lined up 2,000 to 3,000 meters long and began to gradually approach. However, as it gradually approached, the Italian fleet led by Vice Admiral Alvaro relied on its high speed of 18 knots to firmly grasp the T prefix advantage. Hirohito, on the other hand, led the combined fleet to move left and right, not wanting to give the opponent a chance to insert the prefix T perfectly. Although neither of the 2 sides fired a single artillery shell, the 2 sides battled with some courage and demonstrated the abilities of their officers and soldiers to the fullest. The warships of other countries watching from the sidelines were in awe. However, no matter how hard the combined fleet struggled, the task force had an unparalleled advantage in terms of the capabilities of its officers and soldiers in the performance of its warships. Not to mention that the Italian fleet also had the weapon of radio, which made it impossible for the combined fleet to get rid of it. The 2 fleets are approaching, and the opponent's figure is getting clearer and clearer. 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 5,000 meters. When the 2 parties reached a distance of 5,000 meters, they saw that the Turin ship at the head of the fleet had inserted the prefix T, and Lieutenant General Alvaro gave an order. Order each ship to fire in turn. Chapter 328, The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 4. Boom, boom, boom. Following Lieutenant General Alvaro's order, the 4 most powerful 356mm main guns on the Turin fired a salvo, and the 4 shells flew towards the leading Yamashiro at high speed. After the shells flew for a few seconds, they plunged down, and one of them landed just on the deck of the Yamashiro. Boom. Huge explosion sounded on the front deck of the Yamashiro, and both personnel and supplies were wiped out. The bloody scene made this place a hell point. The Quirin was so lucky that it hit the target on its first try. Of course, this is not just due to luck. The large number of observation equipment on the top of the Quirin ship tower illustrates the difference point. Thanks to a certain king's words of unified observation and unified shooting, the Italian Navy spent a lot of energy and time in this regard. This thing is not too expensive to say the least. It mainly consists of various optical observation and calculation instruments, and then the telephone lines are connected to the forts on both sides. This simple shooting director is ready. Point of course, this alone is not enough. The next step is to consume a large amount of shells, provide shooting standards, what angles, how many propellants to load, and what kind of shells to load. After such training, a detailed list of shooting commanders was finally drawn up. Moreover, this kind of shooting table can only be adapted to the same type of warships, and needs to be remeasured for other types of warships. This cost is not low. You must know that the cost of launching large caliber naval guns is very high. Therefore, the Italian fleet currently only uses this instrument on battleships and armored cruisers, and also equips them with elite naval measurement and calculation officers. Of course, the cost is worth it. According to tests by the Italian Navy, warships equipped with shooting directors have about 20% higher shooting accuracy than warships without equipment. This is already a remarkable improvement. Of course, performance and training still needs to be reflected on the battlefield, and this naval battle is definitely an ideal place for performance. As the Quirin took the lead in opening fire, the Berry and Palermo, which followed closely behind, also opened fire in sequence. However, compared with the Quirin, the Berry and the Palermo did not achieve the first hit, but it can be seen from their bullet points distribution that they are already quite close to the Yamashiro. Even the water splash caused by the impact of the nearest shell reached Class A of the Yamashiro. Boom, boom. Facing the artillery fire of the Italian fleet, Yamashiro also fought back hard, and the two 240mm main guns equipped on its front deck fired a vigorous fight. However, compared with the shooting level of Italian warships, Yamashiro was far behind. The shells fired by its two main guns deviated from the target by nearly 100 meters. This is more like a protest against the bullying of Italian warships. However, Yamashiro's resistance immediately led to a greater bombardment. The 8 254mm main guns on the two Venice improved ships, Venetia and Brescia, opened fire. Also benefiting from the simple version of the firing director, 8 254mm shells were fired. Two of them hit the Yamashiro. Of course, the power of 254mm shells is much worse than that of 356mm, but the damage caused is not small. A 120mm rapid fire secondary gun on the Yamashiro was directly hit, erasing it from the warship. Several people operating the gun, the officers and soldiers of the Japanese ship, were directly transformed into a bloody mist. And to make matters worse, in preparation for the artillery bombardment, more than 10 120mm artillery shells placed behind the gun emplacement triggered a chain explosion, and a 57mm gun hit the fish pond and was directly destroyed. The other 254mm shell caused much less damage. It directly opened a hole in the side near Class A and broke several riveted armor plates. Following the two cruisers were various cruisers. They were fighting more lively than the previous ones. The one that was hit with a burst of cannons was called Lively, and the Yamashiro was hit one after another like willows in the wind. However, experienced naval officers knew that the damage they caused to Yamashiro was far less than the previous 5 ships. Of course, the casualties among officers and soldiers would certainly not be small. However, the remaining officers and soldiers on the Yamashiro did not feel lucky. Another deafening sound of shelling sounded, and the 3 loaded Quirin-class battleships fired another salvo of main guns. This time, the officers and soldiers of the Yamashiro were not given time to pray. 3 of the 12 356mm shells directly hit the Yamashiro. One of them hit the chimney of the Yamashiro, and the explosion blew away the chimney of the Yamashiro. The unruly billowing smoke not only made it impossible for the Yamashiro to shoot in the rear half, but also caused a lot of damage to the Matsushima following closely behind. The second shell hit the bow side, causing a large amount of water to enter the ship, causing the Yamashiro's speed to drop significantly. From 14 knots to 10 knots the third shell hit the bow of the ship, causing the Yamashiro's bow to look like its nose had been cut off, making it look so ugly. The more than 7,000-ton Yamashiro looked like it couldn't help but fight in front of the 3 battleships. This may also show how lethal the Turin class, as a pre-dreadnought battleship, is against ironclads. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the 356mm large caliber main gun. The Italian Navy is not a Biang Navy, and it will not only be equipped with solid bullets and blooming bullets. As a navy with the ability to develop its own artillery shells, the Italian Navy has developed research and development in recent years. There are many types of artillery shells, and of course the more important thing is the charge of the artillery shells also coming from the guidance of a caring person. The Italian military has worked hard on the research of TNT explosives. Although limited by the quality of steel in this era, the Navy does not dare to use TNT as a propellant, but the artillery shells are not affected by this. Therefore, Italian artillery shells were fierce during this period, and the Japanese combined fleet became the first victim of TNT. As one of the victims, Yujiro Ito, who was staying on the new flagship Yoshino, felt heartbroken and happy when he saw the Yamashiro, which was hit hard in the first place. He was heartbroken because the Yamashiro was the only armored ship currently available to the combined fleet, and now he has been bullied into a state of disgrace. Fortunately, the Yamashiro was used as the first human shield to resist artillery attacks. If the Yamashiro had not been pushed up for safety reasons, then according to the current firepower of the Italian warships, the Sankei ship would definitely be in danger, and the containment task would be difficult. Therefore, his only hope at present is that the Yamashiro can withstand it. Even if it is severely damaged, it cannot lose its combat effectiveness now. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of bombardment from the Turin-class battleships caused the Yamashiro to suffer more. The front half of the current Yamashiro has been beaten into shape. The only thing that is reassuring is that the Yamashiro has not been sunk. It is still sailing at sea. Although the front main gun can no longer fire, it still shows its existence. The enemy turned. Oh my god, how did they do it? The cry from the Yoshino lookout post made Ito Yujiro quickly take the binoculars in the footage. The Italian fleet, led by 3 battleships, turned to the left. However, the steering is very forceful and neat, like a collective steering command. The enemy warships definitely have communication means to connect the ships. Next to him, Izuku Shigehara immediately screamed because this steering is very abnormal and too neat. You must know that the current communication methods of the Navy in battle are not very good. In addition to flags, only signal flares and fireworks are available, and they have not seen the enemy firing flares or using fireworks. As for semaphore communication, it cannot reach this level of uniformity because semaphores are relay communications from one ship to another, and there is a high delay. Of course, Lieutenant General Ito also saw the scene that Colonel Dua could see, but now it was not about the enemy ship's communication problem. He immediately gave the order, all ships to prepare for bombardment. According to the No.B bombardment plan, the priority targets are the 2 Venice improved armored cruisers, and then the follow-up cruisers in sequence. Ito Yuheng hurriedly issued the order to bombard the target, but his worries deepened in his heart. Can his intention be realized? Now there is nothing we can do about it. Yes, Ito Yuhiro's priority target is the 2 Venice improved cruisers, and then other cruisers. As for the 3 battleships, I hope the torpedo boats can make a difference. Following Ito Yuhiro's order, the Japanese ship officers and soldiers were gearing up, and they planned to have a good contest with the Italian fleet. But if they want to fight the Venetian and Brescia, they still need to ask the 3 Turin-class ships no. The Turin-class completed the turn to the left and set its target on the Matsushima behind the Yamashiro. Boom. 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 The 3 Turin-class battleships fired another salvo, shrouding the Sanshima. 12 huge 356mm artillery shells roared towards them like the god of death. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive loud noises also announced that the Sangdeo had been hit twice. The Sangdeo was hit by 1 shot each on the right bow side and the stern. Especially the shot at the stern almost scared the officers and soldiers of the Sangdeo to death. If it had hit the power room, rudder or oars, the Sangdeo would have been destroyed. road. However, the Sangdeo was not having a good time either. The large hole in the ship's side kept flooding, which made the Sangdeo's damage control personnel exhausted. They had to close 4 or 5 cabins one after another to stabilize the situation. After the Sangdeo was hit, the combined fleet also launched a counterattack, but compared with the Italian fleet's uniform concentration of fire, the combined fleet's artillery could not do this. There was a burst of artillery fire, causing the Venice and Brescia to be attacked by numerous artillery shells, among them the biggest threat to the 2 Venice improved class ships is the 38 x 320mm artillery shell specially designed to deal with the second ship. However, just like the previous battle at Dadangao, the accuracy of the 3 Sanjing ships was impressive. Not a single shot hit, and the weakness of the small boats against cannons was fully demonstrated. The performance of the Sanjing ship in this war is difficult to satisfy. It also lets the Japanese know that don't think about taking advantage of opportunities on warships, as it will only hurt themselves in the end point. Although Venice and Brescia escaped the bombardment of the 320mm cannon, the 254mm artillery shells did not escape. The main gunfire from the 2 10,000-ton cruise ships Yoshino and Akitsusu prevented the 2 ships from dodging. A 152mm secondary gun of the Venetian and the side of the Brescia were hit, causing considerable damage. And in addition to 254mm artillery shells, 240mm, 180mm, 152mm, and 120mm artillery shells also followed one after another. Let the losses of Venice and Brescia increase. The shelling of Venice and Brescia attracted the attention of Lieutenant General Alvaro. There's something wrong with the enemy. Out of an old navy's intuition, he felt that the enemy's purpose was somewhat impure. It's because they are located farther forward, and they know there is no way to deal with our battleships. The speculation from the deputy did not arouse the approval of Lieutenant General Alvaro. But they should also know how terrible it is to leave our 3 Turin-class battleships alone. They are not even willing to interfere. Do you think their commander has never attended a formal naval school? Order the Eagle to continue to stand by in the outer circle without me. Orders not to participate in naval battles. That's right. Although Lieutenant General Alvaro didn't know the opponent's commander's plan, he also retained his backup plan. As the dominant side, Lieutenant General Alvaro can keep more trump cards. Even if the fastest Eagle does not participate in the naval battle, it can still crush his opponent. This is the conclusion that Lieutenant General Alvaro came to from observing the previous battles, so the opponent must take action. Otherwise there will be no fun. No matter how the 2 commanders battled, wits and courage, the lining up and bombardment continued. While the warships of the 2 sides were bearing each other's cannonballs, they desperately fired their own cannonballs at the other side's warships for a time. There were more booming cannons than firecrackers on the sea, and the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. In this round of bombardment, the Italian fleet relied on 3 Turin-class battleships to gain an absolute advantage. In this naval battle, the Turin class was like a father figure with its strong ship and powerful artillery, causing the officers and soldiers of the United Fleet to complain endlessly. In the first round of bombardment, the Mayor, formerly Chilean warship Pindo, was sunk, and 2 ships, Hayman, formerly Chilean warship Condal, and Tatiama, formerly Chilean warship Esmeralda, were destroyed. Sangdeo vividly demonstrated the capabilities of battleships in naval battles. Of course, the combined fleet was not without results. The Italian fleet's courage was damaged. As for the Venice and Brescia, which are the focus of the combined fleet, they suffered little damage due to their good armor, except for a few secondary guns, decks, rails, etc. The core protection areas were still intact. In this era, where shields are thicker than spears, it is not too easy to sink an armored warship. Unless the caliber of the naval guns is too different, it will be difficult to sink. When the line of bombardment approached the rear of the 2 parties, the combined fleet began their actions. Send the red signal flare and execute Plan B immediately. On The flagship Yoshino, Itoyu Hero issued orders loudly point following his command. A dazzling red flare rose into the sky point. Several warships immediately accelerated away from the formation, and they headed south without looking back, leaving other warships to accept the wrath of the coming Italian fleet. No, they are heading towards the transport formation. Lieutenant General Alvaro, who was on the flagship Quirin, immediately observed the Japanese ship's actions. He only felt cold sweat at this moment, because he was lined up with the enemy for artillery fire. So after a round of fighting, the two parties actually changed positions. Now the fleet and the transport formation that needed protection were separated by the Japanese combined fleet. Immediately, order the Eagle to move forward to intercept them. The other ships will immediately speed up to get rid of the entanglement of the enemy ships and let us kill these bastards. Lieutenant General Alvaro, who felt that he had been tricked by the enemy, even used swear words, which showed how angry he was. If the enemy succeeded, it would be a stain on his military resume and make him famous in the history of world naval warfare. He would never accept such a result. Before Lieutenant General Alvaro could show his anger, Itoyu Hiro's backhand was revealed first. More than a dozen torpedo boats rushed out from the rear of the formation at high speed, and rushed towards them with full malice. Their targets were clearly the three leading Turin-class battleships. As long as Lieutenant General Alvaro dares to let the Turin-class continue to move forward, they will use torpedoes to give it a taste of its power. In addition, the other remaining warships of the combined fleet turned their bows and surrounded them, making it clear that they were trying to block the rescue point at this time. On the battlefield, Lieutenant General Alvaro's Italian fleet was still in an artillery formation, generally arranged in a straight line, while the combined fleet was divided into two parts, one of which was responsible for intercepting and containing the formation, and sparsely formed a C shape to block in front of the straight line point. Itoyu Hiro's move seems to be full of flaws. At another time, Lieutenant General Alvaro would have 100 ways to give the opponent a taste of his power. However, at this time, the last thing Lieutenant General Alvaro can afford is time, and these methods all take time. Of course, Lieutenant General Alvaro also knew that his Ito opponent was gambling, that he must go all out to rescue him. Lieutenant General Alvaro admitted that the other party won the bet, but even if the other party had a better move, he still had a way to get it back. Order the Venetian and Brescia to immediately take the Aosta, Savoia, Ballet, and Gasco to intercept the enemy's attack formation. The formation is led by Major General Levy and must be transported before the enemy arrives. Stop them in front of the formation. The temporary rescue formation formed by Lieutenant General Alvaro is quite powerful. Except for the two Venice improved cruisers, several others are protective cruisers, which are enough to compete with the enemy's attack formation. Of course, in addition to issuing orders to form a rescue formation, Lieutenant General Alvaro also had orders sent power to the Usbury and the Palermo and ask them to work with our ship to open a gap for the rescue formation and let the enemy have a taste of the 14-inch cannon again. With these words of Lieutenant General Alvaro, the naval battle entered a new stage. Chapter 329, The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 5. The battle between Italy and Japan in the waters near Jiaozhou Bay, where nearly 200,000 tons of steel collided, was the largest naval battle since the birth of ironclads, and naturally attracted the attention of the world. However, there are only a few countries that have the strength to send warships to watch the naval battle in the Far East. There are only a few from Britain, France, Russia, the United States, Germany and Austria. So when the warships of Italy and Japan were having an intense ping-pong match on several warships in the distance, officers from various countries participating in the war stretched their necks and stared at the two warring parties. The Italian battleship is really good. It is indeed an epoch-making masterpiece. The speaker was Lieutenant Colonel Bosman on the German ship Dully. As a German naval officer, he was drooling when he looked at the three majestic Turin-class ships in the distance. The current leaders of the German Navy are the four Brandenburg-class battleships. These 10,000-ton battleships are simply not comparable to the 16,000-ton Turin-class, which led the Navy into the pre-dreadnought era. The battleship is the king of the sea. These are the words of Major Lloyd, a French officer. Although the French Navy and the Italian Navy compete fiercely in the Mediterranean, France, which has just ended its Green Water Naval Plan, pays more attention to this naval battle because it will provide more experience for the development of the French Navy. There is something wrong with the Italian fleet. This cooperation is too tacit. They must have communication methods that we don't know about. The British looked at the problem from a very tricky perspective. They did not comment too much on the warships of the two parties. Instead, they paid attention to the cooperation of the Italian warships at this time. The British Empire's navy was arrogant and thought highly of itself. Seeing that the Italian fleet's cooperation was better than its own, it immediately realized that something was wrong. I believe that officers from other countries would also notice it, but the British Empire felt something was wrong immediately, which fully demonstrates the high quality of the British Empire's navy. Of course, no matter how they evaluated this naval battle, the naval officers from various countries who watched the battle unanimously agreed that the combined fleet was at a disadvantage in this naval battle. If effective changes cannot be made, failure is imminent. However, as the combined fleet changed its formation, the reactions of officers from various countries were very different. However, in general, Britain, the United States and France gave a positive evaluation to the changes in the combined fleet. In the words of French Major Lloyd, the Japanese Navy is flexible, knows the enemy's weaknesses, has determination and perseverance, and is very good. Of course, where there is praise, there is also slander. The evaluation from Germany, Austria, and Russia is very bad. In the words of Russian Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Love, the Japanese showed their despicability in front of everyone, and actually wanted to use warships to sneak attack transport ships. This dishonorable behavior is simply a shame for their navy. In Russia, this will be tried by a military court. The polarization of attitudes among countries watching the war also has a political basis. Needless to say, Britain and the United States support Japan in using it to resist Russia's expansion in the east, so they naturally do not want to see Italy get involved. And France also sided with Britain and the United States because of Italy's involvement. On the side of Italy, Austria-Hungary chose to support its actions because the war in the Far East had little impact on them, and because of its relationship with Italy, an increasingly powerful ally. Of course, it may not have the intention of directing Italy's energy to the Far East. After all, in the Balkans, although the two countries cooperate, there is also a sense of confrontation. It is much better for Italy to focus its energy on the Far East than on the Balkans. As for Germany, in addition to its alliance, it has also used Italy to expand its influence in the Far East. After all, except for Italy, which is an outlier, other countries are dividing circles of influence in the Qing dynasty, and Germany also wants to find a place here as its own circle of influence. As for Russia siding with Italy, that is better explained. The Russians were unaware of the intentions of Britain and the United States. With Italy taking the lead, they naturally had to cheer for them. After all, Yellow Russia also has a fatal temptation for them. Well, as the party that actually participated in the war, the Qing Kingdom was directly ignored. There is no way who made this big empire perform so poorly in this war. No matter whether it is sea or land, no one can produce results. This is the result of the Qing dynasty's westernization movement for 30 years. It is like paper, and it was directly pierced by Japan. If Italy hadn't personally come to help, it could have directly announced its surrender and negotiated a peace point. But no matter which side they prefer, the final result depends on the performance of both parties on the battlefield. The warships of the two sides were still fighting, but they were just divided into two disconnected battlefields. Although they were not connected, they were still extremely related. Fire. The captain, Major Pez, looked at the menacing Japanese warship and bravely stopped in front of it to buy time for the follow-up rescue formation. As a high-speed cruiser that can run up to 24 knots, the Eagle is a master at using its speed advantage to seize position. Following his order, the Eagle's 6 152 rapid-fire main guns and 8 120mm secondary guns roared 14 shells filled with rage flew over a distance of nearly 4,000 meters and smacked the leading armored cruiser Yoshino. Boom, boom. 2 shells hit an enemy ship at the top of the rail pole. The lookout post immediately loudly reported the results of the bombardment. Alas, the Lookout sentries report caused a burst of cheers on the warship. Let's kick the Japanese monkey's ass. Encouraged by the victory, the officers and soldiers of the Eagle took the opportunity to launch another round of shelling. The fact that the Eagle was beaten happily does not mean that the Yoshino who was beaten was so easy to bully. The two 254mm main guns on its front deck and the two 152mm secondary guns fired back at random. The shelling that came with the roar of death made the officers and soldiers of the Eagle tremble with fear. Because the Eagle has paid a high price for its high speed, when it is necessary to ensure firepower, the protection can only be adjusted, and the Eagle's protection is relatively weak. Its main armor is only 25 to 80mm, and its height is not high. Only 2.8 meters. This kind of armor is barely able to defend against 6-inch shells of the same level. For example, the 10-inch main gun on the Yoshino cannot be blocked. It is simply a one-shot hit. Fortunately, the roaring 254mm artillery shells failed to hit them, and instead plunged into the nearby sea. However, the 10-inch shells dodged, but the 6-inch shells did not. A 152 shell directly hit the middle of the ship, directly breaking off two armor plates. This was considered a great blessing among misfortunes. Logically speaking, the Eagle should rely on its high mobility to start a swimming fight at this time, to reduce the probability of being hit. However, the Eagle cannot retreat now. Once it leaves its position, the transport ship that lacks protection will be exposed to the opponent. Just relying on the 3,000-ton unprotected cruisers Pernia, Courage, and Glory was simply costing them their lives, so the Eagle had no choice but to go up on its own. As the incoming Japanese warships got closer and closer, the Eagle, which had lost its speed advantage, suffered more and more losses. Boom. A 254mm shell hit the 152mm main gun at the stern of the ship, easily penetrating its 115mm gun mantlet, and caused a violent explosion. The violent explosion threw the cannon up, and at the same time, swept the rear deck into a bloody mess, adding another horrific scar to the already riddled Eagle. At this time, the Eagle suffered heavy losses. In just half an hour, the Eagle was hit by dozens of artillery shells, including many large caliber 254mm and 203mm artillery shells. The half-hour attack caused the Eagle to lose most of its artillery, and its power was reduced to 13 knots. The casualties were more than half, and only 1/3 of the people who were still capable of action were left. At this time, the Eagle was on the verge of death. If no one came to save it, its fate of sinking could be announced. Fortunately, hope came. Under the leadership of two Venice improved class cruisers, several cruisers rushed over aggressively. "We are saved." With a bloody bandage on his head and a smoky left arm hanging down, Major Pez put down his telescope and said, "We are saved," and then fainted to the ground. Chapter 330 The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 6. On the sea, a bloody fight between more than 10 cruisers was going on. Boom. Shells from the 152mm rapid fire main gun on the Aosta hit the Takachiho. A 57mm secondary gun was affected by the explosion. Several crew members on the gun position fell in a pool of blood before they could even scream. "Paramedic!" A shout rang out nearby, and several ship ambulance personnel appeared in front of them carrying stretchers. Their white ambulance uniform was stained with various stains, but the bright red blood stains were so conspicuous, and it was clear at a glance, that they had saved many people. One of the ambulance soldiers numbly turned over his blood-stained hands quickly, looking at the fallen soldier's eyelids and chest, and immediately said to his teammates, "It's hopeless. Come back later." In fact, there were two people among them who were gasping for air, but one had a big hole in their abdomen, and blood could not stop flowing out. The other one was covered in sacks, and had entered the stage of convulsions. The two of them saw that they could not be saved. "Paramedic!" At this time, a voice calling for ambulance personnel also came from another location, and the ambulance personnel were immediately called over. Don't blame the rescuers for being cruel. As the battle became more and more intense, the casualties on the ship became more and more serious, and the rescuers simply refused to come. "We can only give priority to the lightly wounded, followed by the seriously injured." As for the dead officers and soldiers, we can wait until we are done. Moreover, the risk of rescue on the ship is also very high, and the artillery shells are not discerning. For example, the Takachiho had a rescue team of 12 people before the attack started, but now only 6 people can still work. Several others have either become targets of rescue, or they will be discussed later. The situation aboard the Takachiho is not unique to it. It is basically the same for all warships participating in the war. Naval battles are not just the collision of steel. Fresh lives are also being consumed violently. Of course, there are also reasons why the two sides fought so cruelly, because of the commanders on both sides. As for the combined fleet, after dividing the fleet into 2 parts, it was already prepared to contain the death of all members of the formation. Especially after facing the power of the Turin class, Ito Uhiro no longer had the idea of defeat, and a draw would be victory. By sacrificing oneself to contain the formation in exchange for heavy damage to the opponent's cruiser formation, the combined fleet still made some money. The previous idea of defeating the enemy's cruiser and then looking for trouble for the opponent's battleship formation has long been forgotten. In the previous fleet confrontation phase, the impact of the opponent's Turin class was so profound that none of our own warships could withstand the opponent's firepower. It seems that the king of naval battles is the battleship, and there is nothing wrong with this statement. Thinking of this, Ito Uhen couldn't help but say something. If we had known that it would lead to Italian intervention, we should have waited for the Fuji and Yashima to return home before going to war. What Uhiro Ito said was that Japan purchased 2 battleships from the United Kingdom to deal with the 2 calm ships. This was a modified version that was more suitable for Japan's use, using the Majesty class as a template. The standard displacement reaches 12,000 tons, equipped with 4 305mm main guns, 10 152 secondary guns, and its top speed is 18 knots. Although it cannot be compared with the Turin class, it can still compete. However, these 2 battleships that Ito Uhiro has always been obsessed with are still under construction in the UK, and will take at least a year to be completed and put into service. Therefore, in this war, the Fuji class cannot keep up. Of course, since the distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near, Ito Uhiro can only rely on the 2 10,000-ton patrol ships Yoshino and Akitsusu at his feet. Therefore, in order to play the role of the 2 ships and cause greater losses to the Italian warships, Uhiro Ito gave up the formation bombardment and instead adopted a melee to try to keep more enemies behind. Well played. A burst of cheers from the ship pulled Vice Admiral Ito out of his thoughts. How is this going, Ito? Uhiro, who was still inexplicable, immediately heard Captain Kora Kaname's explanation with joy. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, this is the main gun of the enemy ship Venice. After it was hit by our ship, the enemy ship was severely damaged. Nani, Ito? Uhiro quickly raised the telescope in his hand and looked over. He saw billowing smoke coming from the main gun position on the rear deck of the Venice in the distance. This was obviously the result of being damaged. The fight was very good. I will reward the officers and soldiers who destroyed the enemy ship's main gun. I also ordered the Akitsusu to focus fire on the Venice immediately. We want to get a breakthrough from the ship. In fact, without Ito Uhiro's order, Captain Omura Hikanoshima of the Akitsusu had already given the order to fire on the Venice. After seeing the situation of the Venice, 2 10,000-ton warships poured firepower on the Venice, making the Venice even more dangerous. As the commander of the interception formation, Rear Admiral Levy was more aware of the dangers of the Venetian than anyone else because he was on the ship. The Venice was really unlucky. The enemy ship's 254mm shell hit the weakest top of the turret. The main gun was disabled after the 254mm rear main gun was broken through the top layer. Fortunately, the ammunition room under the turret was safe. Otherwise the Venice would have been doomed. Faced with such a tragic situation, Major General Levy did not consider saving the Venice. Send an order to the Brescia to attack the enemy Yoshino first and let them let go. The other 2 ships should give priority to attacking the Venetian. Then, he said to Lieutenant Colonel Gomes, the captain of the Venetia, order the warships to continue attacking the enemy Yoshino. We have no way out. Gomes, who was affected by the explosion of the main gun just now, nodded. I won't let the bastard who hurt the Venetian go. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and roared at the other officers. Aim all the artillery at the bastard Yoshino. Let them taste our anger. Let these Japanese monkeys know how powerful we are. Also, let the firefighting team move quickly. I don't want to see this thick smoke coming from our warship. Gomez's words inspired the officers and soldiers on the Venetia, and they continued to fight back with artillery at the enemy with high morale. Major General Levy was very satisfied with Gome's performance. He was worthy of being an outstanding young officer in the Navy. It was indeed great to inspire the fighting spirit of the officers and soldiers. However, Major General Levy knew in his heart that, although he relied on words to keep the Venetians' fighting spirit high, the destroyed main gun actually reduced the firepower output. Previously, in terms of firepower, the 8 254mm main guns of the Venetian and Brescia were not inferior to the Yoshino and Akatsusu of the other side, and now 2 of them are damaged, which is 6 to 8. They are inferior to their opponents in terms of main artillery output. In addition, there is a slight gap in speed. Although the Venetian that has been used for many years has been well maintained by naval officers and soldiers, its top speed has still dropped somewhat. In addition, the duration of its top speed is not as good as before. Of course, what's more important is that the armor of the 2 Venice-class cruisers is indeed weaker than the opponent's British 10,000-ton cruiser. After all, the difference of more than 2,000 tons, even if the design is reasonable, when the firepower and speed are almost the same, part of the defense can only be sacrificed. It was precisely for this reason that the Venice suffered a big loss in this naval battle. In fact, the Venice improved class is not weak. Even after nearly 8 years of service, it is still very intimidating. However, in recent years, there have been endless decoration tours in various countries, and everyone is coming up with new things, so unknowingly, the Venice improved level has felt that it cannot keep up with the times regarding the problem that the Venetian improved class has almost fallen out of the first echelon of equipment and patrol. There has been a call for building new ships in the Italian Navy, and the 2 Navy ministers are also aware of this. Moreover, the design drawings for the new patrol ship in the Navy Ship Design Department are piled high. However, if they wanted to equip new ships, the 2 lords of the Admiralty could only spread their hands and had no money. Lack of money is a big problem. Even though the Italian Navy's military expenditure is rising every year, it spends more. After excluding the annual maintenance fees of warships, personnel training fees, naval base maintenance and reconstruction fees, new technology research and development fees, etc., there will not be much left for the Navy to build new ships. But don't forget, Italy doesn't just rely on armored patrols. It has not built any other warships. Especially in recent years, Italy has fought several wars, and the Navy also needs to spend some military expenses of its own in the wars. That's why the Navy is so active in getting involved in the Sino-Japanese War in the Far East. War can make money, and for the Italian Navy, which has been struggling for several years, there is nothing more tempting than this. Of course, this is all a later story. For Major General Levy now, winning this naval battle is the most important thing. However, although his side seemed to be at a disadvantage, Major General Levy did not regret engaging in a dogfight like melee with the enemy. Because it would be an insult to the Italian Navy if the enemy broke through them and attacked the transport convoys in the rear. And it's not like he doesn't have a trump card. It's still unclear who will win. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. End. When the Italian and Japanese cruisers were fighting to the death, the situation on the frontal battlefield with 3 Turin-class battleships as the core was reversed. Led by 3 Turin-class ships, Japan's diversionary formation was beaten to pieces, and every ship was miserable. Take the Sankei ship as an example. Its main gun was stuck in the fort due to previous shelling. Its main gun firing required the movement of the warship to adjust the angle, and the rate of fire dropped to an unbearable half an hour. The shot was fired, and I don't know where it went. This problem, in addition to too many failures of its 320mm main gun, is also due to the fact that its warship's main gun has too few firing training times. In order to deal with the second ship Tranquility, Japan put forward strict requirements for the muzzle velocity of the shells when purchasing the main gun from the Garnet Gun Factory in France. Although the Garnet Gun Factory finally fulfilled the Japanese requirements, the muzzle velocity of the main gun will decrease after firing 120 to 140 rounds. Among the other 3 ships, only Tsushima has a spare gun barrel. Therefore, in order to ensure that it can deal with the calm second ship, the Japanese Navy had to strictly limit the number of shooting trainings of the Sankei ship point except for the Matsushima, which had slightly more shooting training. Because it had a spare gun barrel, the Itsukushima only conducted 1 shooting training. As for the Hashidate, it did not even conduct a single shooting training until the outbreak of the war. Under such circumstances, we naturally cannot expect Japanese sailors to be able to skillfully use this main gun in battle, so being able to fire 1 shot in half an hour is pretty good point, and in a naval battle, it takes half an hour to fire 1 cannon, so what's the point of firing? Therefore, the 320mm main gun on the Sanjing ship really only poses a theoretical threat to the Churin class in addition to the Sanjing ship. What is the situation of the other ships? The most resistant Yamashiro was beaten half to death. The other warships are all cruisers of 2 to 3,000 tons, and even 1,000-ton class. With these few, a battleship whose cannon was sunk is even less reliable. In fact, the diversion effect of the Japanese Navy's diversionary formation is not high, and it is more caused by the efforts of its torpedo boat formation that sacrifices life and death point compared with the useless naval guns in the diversionary formation. These high-speed torpedo boats carrying deadly weapons are more dangerous after all. In this era, battleships have very weak defenses against the waterline. And it is very likely to happen if a missile enters the Sol point. If it weren't for guarding against these little devils, how could Lieutenant General Alvaro's formation have been entangled for so long? But now that these torpedo boats have been eliminated, the next step is to get rid of the enemy ships. Of course, there is a more critical reason. Lieutenant General Alvaro holds a request for help telegram from Major General Levy. Point in the telegram, Major General Levy reported the current status of the rescue formation to Lieutenant General Alvaro in detail, including that the Venezia was severely damaged. The power of radio was vividly displayed in this naval battle. Although the Italian and Japanese fleets were obviously divided into 2 divisions fighting, the Italian fleet relied on the advantage of radio to connect the 2 disconnected formations together. So, after receiving the telegram from Major General Levy, Lieutenant General Alvaro knew that he could not wait any longer. Order the Berry and Palermo to target the enemy ship Yamashiro together with the Turin. We will sink the ship first, Lieutenant General Alvaro set the goal of breakthrough on the Yamashiro, the only ironclad ship in the containment formation. Lieutenant General Alvaro's order might have been a bit confusing in another time and place, because in terms of difficulty, the ironclad ship should be the most resistant warship. How can we target this ship? Shouldn't the 3-view ship and other squishy warships be more targets? Generally speaking, this should be the case, but the situation is different now, because what Lieutenant General Alvaro values most now is speed. Due to the efforts of Yamashiro's officers and men, Yamashiro's speed gradually recovered. Although it still could not reach the speed of 18 knots, it had risen to almost 17 knots. Now that the Yamashiro's speed has increased to 17 knots, it should be dealt with first. Alvaro is not willing to see this hardest ship in the combined fleet slip away. Boom, boom, boom. Although the salvos of the 12 356mm main guns from the 3 battleships were fired forward and backward, they failed to hit them, but the officers and soldiers of the Yamashiro knew that they were in purgatory again. Boom, boom, boom. Before the officers and soldiers of the Yamashiro could figure it out, another salvo of artillery fire rang out, and 4 356mm shells came with the roar of death. Boom, boom. In this shelling, the Yamashiro was quite unlucky. Or 356mm shell tore a large hole of nearly 2 meters in the side of the ship, and turbulent water flowed into the cabin along the hole. Quick, damage control team, the Damage control personnel of Yamashiro, who were exhausted and had no rest at all, could only bite the bullet while looking at the fiercely surging water. As the captain of the Yamashiro, Colonel Hisao Kitago only felt a numbness on his skin at this time. The officers and soldiers on the Yamashiro know the power of the 356mm cannon best. Facing the enemy's stormy bombardment, the best way at this time was to let the severely damaged Yamashiro break away from the formation and return. Major General Tsuboi, the Yamashiro is about to be unable to carry it. Seeing that his beloved ship suffered a huge blow, Captain Kitagawa Hisao couldn't help but speak. "I know what you are thinking, but for the victory of the United Fleet, we must persist, even if it means sacrifice." Major General Tsuboi Kozo, who knew Captain Kitagawa's thoughts, quickly stopped his intention to retreat. As the commander of the diversion formation, Tsuboi Kozo must consider the overall situation. It is the diversion formation's responsibility to hold back the enemy's most powerful warship, so even if they all sacrifice, it must be completed. Captain Kitagawa Hisao, whose thoughts were stopped by Major General Tsuboi Kozo, could only watch the battleship fall into misery with tears in his eyes. As the saying goes, when the house leaks, it rains all night, and the Yamashiro was hit hard again. A 356mm shell fired from the berry penetrated the armor of the ship's side and exploded in the power room. The explosion of the shell destroyed the high pressure boiler in the power cabin, and the Yamashiro immediately lost power and collapsed at sea. Now even the officers and soldiers of the Yamashiro know that they have fallen into a desperate situation, and the battleship that has lost power will only become a living target. When the Italian formation saw that the Yamashiro was stopped, its morale increased, and more shells flew towards the Yamashiro. Everyone on the Yamashiro can only pray to the god of Riseo for his protection. Although Lieutenant General Ito didn't know that the diversion formation led by Kozo Tsuboi was already using his life to delay the enemy, he also knew that he didn't have enough time, because although the target Venice was severely scarred, the enemy ship still did not lose its combat effectiveness. Fire! As the gunnery officer ordered, shells from the Yoshino's 4 254mm main guns flew towards the enemy ship. Ito Yuhiro looked at the enemy ship with his binoculars, but the enemy ship did not explode with fireworks. Instead, it used its rear main gun to fire at the neighboring ship Akitsusu. He put down the binoculars in disappointment and injured keep complaining, "Damn it, why are the enemy ships so powerful? Are our shells useless?" In fact, it was not just Ito Yuhiro who had such complaints. Yoshino and the officers and soldiers on the Akitsusu had this idea. The enemy ship Venice had been hit many times, so why did it not sink? The secret of the Venetian's unsinkability lies in its design. The Venetian-class armored patrol adopts focused defense. Its world-leading armored box design makes it more difficult for the core position to be hit hard. In addition, its watertight cabin is second only to the Quirinal class. Although the 189 watertight compartments of the Venice class are fewer than the 213 of the Quirinal class, it is considered an unprecedented pioneering work in this era, when everyone does not pay attention to watertight compartments. Therefore, this also resulted in the fact that the Venice was constantly hit hard, but never sank. In fact, at this time, Ito Yuhiro already had regrets. The attack formation had not made significant progress for so long, which made him anxious. But even if you want to regret it, it's too late. Now you're on the verge of a tiger. If there were no results, the combined fleet would lose the containment formation in vain, so he was more eager than ever to achieve results. Order the formation to fire at a rapid rate, and be sure to capture the enemy ship. Ito Yuheng's anxious roar could not solve the problem, although it is intended to output more firepower by increasing the rate of fire. This results in a decrease in accuracy. On the Venice, which was bearing the main firepower of the enemy ship formation, the communications officer excitedly came to the control tower with a message. "The Turin and Palermo have already rushed towards us. Lieutenant General Alvaro asked us to delay the enemy to expand our results." These words immediately triggered a burst of cheers. Major General Levy and Captain Gomes, who had gauze wrapped around their heads, put aside their worries and let out a long sigh of relief. The Venice finally reached the dawn of hope, and the next battle will be much easier to fight. Send a telegram and ask the ships to get close to the enemy and be sure to entangle them. When it comes to winning the battle, Rear Admiral Levy certainly doesn't want the enemy ship to break away, so he can naturally achieve the greatest results by entangling his opponent's battleship point. So under this chance coincidence, the distance between the two formations became even closer. From a distance of 4,000 meters, the firefight gradually increased to 3,000 meters, or even more than 2,000 meters. This kind of hand-to-hand combat at sea is extremely bloody, and someone is injured almost all the time. At this time, damage management and rescue personnel who are busier than the gunners are also in short supply. Now it has become a competition of willpower among the officers and soldiers of the two navies, because basically both sides are hitting each other, and they are still able to continue fighting amidst the bloody screams and explosions of their teammates. They are the absolutely elite navies of both sides, officers and soldiers. This situation lasted for nearly an hour, causing huge casualties on both sides. According to subsequent statistics, this 1-hour close quarters firefight accounted for 35% of the casualties on both sides of the entire naval battle point. But now this situation no longer needs to continue, because two tall battleships have appeared in front of them. It's the Turin and the Barry. We win. The cheers from the Italian side made their morale high again. And the cheers of the Italians were hell for the combined fleet. At this time, he panicked and quickly issued the order he regretted most in the naval battle. Order all ships to break out and leave immediately. At this time, the two warships are entangled together. Is it possible to leave safely? Chapter 330. To the impact of naval battles. There is still a hint of mist in Shanghai in the early morning, and Huatong Wharf, one of Shanghai's important shipping terminals, is also busy. This wharf, built by Swire Pacific, carries Shanghai's river and sea transportation, and it is also full of dock workers. However, today's whoop here was a bit unusual. A foreign speedboat was seen rushing into the pier recklessly. Before the ship could dock securely, a foreigner in military uniform jumped onto the pier. The dock workers who moved the cargo were also well informed, and they knew at first glance that it was something serious, so they quickly got out of the way. They could not afford to suffer the consequences of bumping into a foreign officer. The officer didn't even look at them and ran over in a hurry. After the foreign officers walked away, a few curious workers started talking. This foreigner left in such a hurry. Something big must have happened, that's for sure. You would know it if you didn't look at the unscrupulous look of this communication speedboat. What on earth is that? Who knows this? Why don't you ask? Gauzy, you can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. If you have the ability, go and ask. Before they could continue chatting, another speedboat appeared at the dock. The same operation and the same momentum caused several people to dodge quickly. When the newly emerged foreign officers hurriedly left, the few of them could only look at each other and immediately turned into bads and beasts. But not long after, the sound of firecrackers rang out in Shanghai city, and someone even shouted, "Victory! Victory!" This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention, making this person the center of the crowd. The person who was the first to know the news immediately told everyone triumphantly that the foreign soldiers invited by the imperial court had won the battle. The foreign reinforcement annihilated 11 Japanese warships at the cost of 3 warships with more than 8,000 tons, and achieved the result of sinking more than 40,000 tons. Although this person did not know the detailed information about the results of the victory and only knew what was said in the script, it still attracted waves of applause. Then the news of the Imperial fleet's victory spread throughout Shanghai. Although it was basically foreigners who were fighting, don't pay attention to these details. After all, the Imperial court can invite foreign soldiers, but Japanese little devils cannot. Different from those who only know how to applaud. People who know a little bit about the dynamics of the Imperial court also use this to give guidance. From what Yi Nong wants, the Imperial court still needs Li Zhangtang to protect it. Without Li Zhangtang, the white jade pillar that supports the sky and the purple golden beam that supports the sea, it will be difficult for the Imperial court. What are you thinking? The court will be miserable without Li Er, the Duke of Gong. If Li Er, a duplicitous man, had not taken advantage of Duke Lu after Zeduo Wenxiang's death, it would be hard to have him. Today's scenery, Hu Zuan is asking for trouble. After Zeduo Jigao passed away, he should choose the best place for a good bird to roost. If he refused Li Zhangtang's kindness, he would end his own life. How do you talk? That's what I said. You see, you are looking for death. You are looking for death. Oh, I'll fight you. Everyone, stop it. Regardless of these people who pointed the country. As the news of the victory of the King fleet came out, Shanghai immediately showed a group of people singing and dancing in the streets. It was bustling and lively. As for the British counselor in China, Zhu Erdian, of course, he knew better than others, including his boss, Sir Ona, the envoy, because the Sir also needed him to forward the news to Beijing. Japan lost this naval battle completely. In addition to the two 10,000-ton patrol ships Yoshino and Akitsusu, the combined fleet also lost Izumi and Otago. Only 4 of the 9 ships in the guerrilla formation escaped. 8 battleships including Shima, Tatehashi, Takachiho, and Yama successfully escaped from the battlefield, as many of the cannon fodder diversionary formations escaped as the guerrilla formations. Together with other supporting garrison warships, the total tonnage of the combined fleet has been reduced to 47,000 tons. And these 8 warships, with every one injured, are the only assets the combined fleet can produce. According to his opinion, this naval battle has determined the outcome of the war. Now he can only hope that the Japanese will be smart and take advantage of the opportunity before the Italians come over one after another. But no matter what, this matter has exceeded the scope of his, or even Sir Organa's handling, and everything requires decision making from London. Of course, I believe that the information about this naval battle will be known to the whole world in less than 3 days. In fact, the news spread faster than Councillor Zhu Erdian thought. He underestimated the importance that various countries attached to this naval battle. After all, he is not a soldier, so he does not know about the largest armored ship battle in history and the urgency of the navies of various countries for news influenced by the navies of various countries. Newspapers from various countries reported on the naval battle in the evening of that day. In addition to reporting the news, Germany's Berlin Times also published a commentary. Comment in the newspaper wrote that this naval battle in the Far East fully demonstrated the importance of a navy of sufficient size. If a powerful country wants to show enough influence, it is precisely because Italy has a navy of sufficient size that they still have a terrifying influence thousands of miles away. Italian products also relied on this influence to circulate unimpeded in the local area, earning huge profits for Italy. This naval battle was a perfect demonstration of Italy's efforts to protect and expand its influence. Therefore, Germany also needs a powerful navy. Only under the protection of the navy can Germany's influence break through the shackles, be displayed in front of the world, and bring its economy to a higher level. Although I don't know who wrote this, his call to use the naval battle in Italy to advocate that Germany also develop its navy seems so naked. And this newspaper also appeared on William II's desk. Compared with Germany, which insists on developing its navy, Russia is doing much better. The St. Petersburg Commercant also reported on the naval battle that evening. Its comments said, this battle in the China Sea shows that, even if some countries with ulterior motives secretly support it, Japan is not enough to meet its demands. The disastrous defeat of these yellow-skinned monkeys in the naval battle also warned them, not only to have a good appetite, but also to have good teeth. Rotten teeth will only hurt themselves. It is obvious that Russia maintains a gloating mood over the Japanese defeat. Wary of Japan and the figure behind it, the Russians rarely favored Italy. As for the French report, it was with some mixed feelings. It was strange to be in a good mood, because he saw his neighbor next door who had an enmity with him becoming rich, and competing with him for the interests of the Far East. Therefore, the French report was more of a secret mockery of the neighbor next door who started to tremble. Except for a few major powers, reports from other countries are more objective. But what's the use? The world still needs to rely on strength to speak. Even now, unlike other major powers that carried their own subjective reports, British newspapers appeared to be more objective. Because British reports are more involved in naval battles, unlike other countries that focus mainly on naval battles. One of the most popular among newspapers was the discussion about the mysterious wireless communication system of the Italian fleet. Because the various performances of the Italian fleet in naval battles have exceeded the explanation of existing communication methods. Take a look at the telegram sent to the Admiralty by Major Robinson, who observed the entire naval battle with his own eyes. The Italian fleet's performance in the entire naval battle was so amazing, but it had little to do with its commander, and was calculated by the enemy commander. According to my observation, Italian warships must have their own advantages in communications, because they often a warship discovered the enemy, and did not see it return to report. It would not take long for other warships to support it. This is extremely unreasonable. There can only be one inference, that the enemy has a communication method that can be like a telegraph or equivalent to other Italian warships. The shooting accuracy is astonishingly high, and this amazingly high shooting accuracy comes from its large battleships. The shooting accuracy of its small battleships is extremely unreasonable. Therefore, we can think that the Italians installed equipment on their large battleships to improve it. Accurate auxiliary shooting instrument. In addition, the design of Italian warships can also be seen through this battlefield. Major Robinson wrote a eloquent personal analysis of more than 10,000 words, while the British newspaper mainly extracted his speculations on the use of new technologies in Italian warships, and then reported them. Point of course, no matter what other countries think about it, or how their newspapers report it, it is the participants in the war who ultimately play the decisive role. As one of the participants, what does Japan think of the defeat in this naval battle, and what choice does it plan to make? Chapter 333 Imperial Meeting. Tokyo in January is relatively warm due to the warm current from the Pacific Ocean. But for senior Japanese officials, today's temperature in Tokyo is extremely cold, colder than Hokkaido and colder than Siberia. The goal I had worked hard for the past 20 years was about to be a great success, but it was knocked away with a slap. It would be difficult for anyone else to accept it, so who can understand the coolness in my heart? At the newly convened imperial meeting due to the defeat in the naval battle, in front of Emperor Meiji, Japanese senior officials even blamed each other, and pointed at each other. Although our navy is responsible for the failure of this naval battle, it was also caused by various reasons. As the direct leader of the defeat in this naval battle, Navy Minister Seigo Yumichi took the lead in blaming the blame. I saw that he did not give others a chance to speak and continue directly. First of all, this naval battle took place in a hasty situation and could not meet our previously formulated maritime operational requirements. The failure of the army to seize Waihaoi was the biggest reason for the failure of the naval battle. Baga, Seigo's obvious attempt to pass the blame to the army immediately drew a rebuke from Army Minister Takashimita Monosuke. Your navy is so shameless and shirks its responsibilities to others. When you lose on the battlefield, you should realize your mistakes and correct them, instead of coming to complain about this and that, just like a resentful woman. And our army is in Waihaoi has been fighting very hard, and the lack of sufficient heavy firepower is a reason why we failed to capture the entire Waihaoi. If your navy had accepted our army's request, Waihaoi would have been captured long ago. It was obvious that Takashimita Monosuke also had foresight and took off the army's responsibilities first. This is all because the navy is unwilling to cooperate. Otherwise Waihaoi would have been defeated long ago. According to what you said, is it our navy's fault that we failed to capture Waihaoi? That's how it is. Of course, as long as you can suppress the coastal defense batteries, our navy will be able to conquer Waihaoi. Zixiang Kandeo, who was disgusted by Prime Minister Liu's shamelessness, said angrily, "Arsehole, do you know that the Waihaoi main battery is equipped with two 260mm Krupp coastal defense guns, and you let us use precious warships to attack the other side's shore guns, but even though you have saved all your warships, you haven't been able to defeat the Italian fleet. If you had known this would happen, you might as well have damaged one or two warships and attack Waihaoi first. At least this would save your navy from being so embarrassed. Arsehole, I want to duel with you." The scarred Seigo became angry and wanted to have a sword showdown with Prime Minister Takashimita Monosuke. "Come on, let me see how much knowledge you have in swordsmanship." Before anyone else could react, Takashimita Monosuke was not to be outdone and fought back, snapped. Seeing that the imperial meeting was about to turn into a kendo duel, Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi, with a gloomy expression, slammed the table in front of him. "Both of you are masters of swordsmanship. Since you two want to learn from each other so much, let's set up a special arena for them in Tokyo. Just so the people of Tokyo can have a good look at the style of our land and sea ministers. After all, Ito Hirobumi still had prestige, which was even more different than the puppet prime minister who was later controlled by the Japanese Navy and Army, so the two stopped talking point. After controlling the situation, Ito Hirobumi looked around at everyone. Today is not the time to call everyone together to hold people accountable. This war has not yet reached the point of admitting defeat. You are so shirking responsibility and asking people outside who are fighting for the empire to think about us. Ito Hirobumi's words moved the senior officials at the meeting to some extent. Of course, whether they were moved by patriotic enthusiasm or by not pursuing responsibility now, they somewhat enabled the Empire Center to continue to operate. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually improving, Ito Hirobumi continued. The defeat in this naval battle is not the end. We still need to continue working hard for the empire. Sir Seigo, please tell us how much time it will take for the navy to recover. Yes, Ito Hirobumi also knew the importance of the navy in this war. At present, the combined fleet has suffered heavy losses and every warship has been damaged. In addition, there are currently insufficient domestic repair shipyards. It will take at least 3 months to completely repair it. Seigo's words made others present frown slightly. The United Fleet was absent from the battlefield for 3 months, which had a great impact on the war situation. There is a huge difference between having ships and not having ships. Even if Japan is protected by coastal defenses, Japan is so big that it cannot be comprehensive. Not to mention that the Italian fleet is so powerful that the only coastal defense fortifications in Japan that can be defended without the help of warships is Tokyo Bay. Therefore, cabinet members have opinions on the Navy's absence for 3 months. The Navy has been unable to move for 3 months. What should we do if enemy warships attack? The speaker was Minister of the Interior Kiichi Ichikawa. As the department in charge of Japan's economic development, Kiichi Ichikawa will certainly not forget the distribution map of Japan's economic development. It can be said responsibly that most of Japan's economic development is located in coastal areas, so he is extremely nervous. In fact, what he said also expressed the sentiments of others. Without the protection of the Navy, what should we do if an enemy ship attacks the coastal defense forts? But except for Tokyo Bay, which currently scares the enemy, the coastal defenses in other places cannot prevent the incoming enemy ships. Facing the questioning gazes of the Minister of the Interior or everyone, Seigo Kandeo couldn't stand it, so he hurriedly spoke. Although our Navy has suffered a lot of losses, the enemy ships will not feel too good about it. In addition, considering that the enemy ships also have tasks that need to be completed, according to our estimation, it will take at least a month for the enemy ships to be repaired before they can resume normal maritime operations capabilities. And we can completely use this time to urgently purchase a batch of warships, preferably large battleships or torpedo boat coastal defense ships for offshore defense. Or we can ask the British whether there are any large warships that are on the verge of being scrapped. Although Zixiang Kandeo's words are not urgent, they are also the best way for Japan at present. Warships are not cabbage. You can buy them if you want. And even if you sell them, it is extremely difficult to buy a finished warship that can be used immediately. Not to mention that selling warships to Japan requires risking offending Italy, but those who can ignore Italian pressure and are willing to sell warships will not give a second thought, except the British Empire. Therefore, only by asking for help from the British Empire can the Japanese Empire tide over the difficulties. Foreign Minister Matsu, ask about Britain's attitude. Tell us about our difficulties and ask the British Empire to lend a helping hand. We will be grateful. As Prime Minister, Hirobumi Ito still strongly agrees with the Admiralty Minister's approach. After all, the naval battle has been lost, and the result cannot be changed. It is a qualified politician's duty to find a way to remedy the situation. First point, of course, talking about the defeat in the naval battle, Ito Hirobumi asked again, what do you think of this naval defeat? It was obvious that Prime Minister Ito had a lot of resentment towards this naval battle, so he naturally complained about the losing navy. Prime Minister, our Navy Department has conducted a very in-depth study of the failure of this naval battle. We believe that strategically we were not prepared for the intervention of great powers, and failed to prevent Italy from participating in this war. And tactically, the defeat in the naval battle was more due to strength. The officers and soldiers of the combined fleet had worked very hard, and tactically we had a slight advantage by relying on the advantage of predicting the enemy. But in the face of the enemy's absolute strength, our small advantage is it cannot be converted into victory at all. The enemy easily broke our plan with its powerful battleship formation, so our navy believes that the lack of battleships in the combined fleet is the most important factor in the defeat of this naval battle. The empire needs battleships and needs to be able to compete with the Turin class. The countervailing battleship, Seiko, took a long detour and turned the Navy's review of the failure into an act of asking for a battleship. I also saw other people dumbfounded. This must be too shameless. However, Hirobumiyato did not stop him from speaking. Instead, he put an extra burden on Foreign Minister Matsumunetsu. Mishitsu-kun, when you met with the British, you informed us of our requirements. If the British are not willing to sell now, we are willing to order battleships that can at least compete with the Turin class after the war. After listening to Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi's request, Matsumunetsu wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitated and said, "I'll give it a try, Ito." Hirobumi saw clearly that, if Japan wants to find a way out, it must find a way from its neighbor, the Qing dynasty. Although the unexpected factor of Italy has appeared this time, Japan will always have a way, as long as it strengthens its armed forces. After all, they had already seen clearly what the Qing army was like during the war, and as long as Britain chooses Japan as an ally to resist Russia's penetration of the Far East, everything will be easy to say. Isn't it just borrowing money? As long as the more you borrow, the British will help themselves next. The imperial meeting discussed further about how to deal with the Italian attack, such as taking advantage of the current naval maintenance period of both sides to quickly transport a batch of supplies to the front line. After all, North Korea's long disrepaired official road is not suitable for transporting supplies. Words are too laborious, and can only be considered better than nothing. Also, various places are required to strengthen their vigilance and strive to detect incoming Italian warships as soon as possible. etc. However, these methods are actually avoiding one problem. That is, why not take advantage of the current advantage to negotiate with the Qing dynasty? I believe that all of these important ministers here cannot fail to see that the war situation has reversed after the defeat in the naval battle. And Japan has been rapidly sliding towards failure. Why does no one ask this question? Because they dare not. The Japanese government has used nationalism to incite the people. Under the news of previous victories, the people have reached the peak of fanaticism. Some people have already called for occupying the northeast and North China of Korea in the Qing dynasty and turning the Yellow Sea into Japan's inland sea. This shows how crazy he is at this time. Any behavior or news that pours cold water on the situation will not be accepted by the people. If you tell him, now that Japan lost a key naval battle and must accept a defeat, unless the heavens come to your house to punish the national traitors, he will be considered fasting and chanting Buddha's name. Yes, the Japanese government is hijacked by a passionate public, and anyone who offers to negotiate will not end well. Who is willing to stand up, and even standing up is useless. Personal power cannot stop the fanatical public sentiment at all, even if this public sentiment is extremely dangerous, so politicians like them can only try to save it, and they don't have no chance. The opportunity lies in the King's regulations on employing Italians. An Italian soldier killed in battle needs to be given at least 800 taels of silver, and each disabled soldier needs to be given 600 taels of silver. In addition, the arms and warships used need to be paid. The finances of the Qing dynasty are not much better than Japan, so how can they get so much money? When the Qing dynasty couldn't stand it anymore, it would naturally be willing to sit down and talk. That's right. Taking the lives of Japanese soldiers and consuming the King's finances was their only way. Compared with Japan's 2 cents recruiting a soldier, the Italian soldiers hired by the Qing dynasty were too expensive. War is also a war of attrition. It depends on who can't bear it first. Thanks to book friend Rapresit for the information. Thank you very much. Chapter 334 Prime Minister Crisis. Although the war in the Far East was far away, it still had a huge impact on Italy. After all, who can care less when their own country's army is fighting thousands of miles away? However, unlike ordinary people who are concerned about the war and the safety of the soldiers participating in the war, Italian capitalists can open champagne to celebrate. The war that broke out in the Far East was initially detrimental to them. After all, war leads to a decline in business, unless you are in the arms business. However, as Italy got involved, these capitalists suddenly found that business was easier to do. People from the King dynasty were very happy to buy their goods, as long as they were not outrageous, especially the officials. This made the Italians less likely to do business. Affected, but more prosperous. As for whether the orders were obtained from merchants in other countries, it is none of their business. Who can control where others buy? Even the people in the capital are paying attention to the war situation in the Far East, and the Italian government is naturally more concerned as a war to relieve Italy's financial pressure and benefit the military. In this Japanese King War, the Italian government paid more attention than fighting Ethiopia. No, as the head of the government, Prime Minister Despotis is very busy, because in addition to paying attention to government work, he also needs to cooperate with the military in the deployment of materials and personnel for the war in the Far East. You must be very careful about this kind of thing. If you are not careful, you may get cheated by the military. They are all poor people. If you can get more for yourself, who can't know who is who? Prime Minister. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent news that the British finally released Fleet K, and it is currently passing through the Suez Canal. Tell the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send someone to guard Suez, so that they can't be stopped and inspected by the British again. If necessary, be tougher, okay, Prime Minister. Is there anything else? In addition, the Navy Ministry sent a message that they hope the government will help them organize another fleet. Vice Admiral Alvaro's fleet is in urgent need of a batch of maintenance facilities and equipment. I hope we can give a reply within 3 days. Well, send this news to the Ministry of Transportation and ask them to recruit another batch of ships. Also inform the Navy Department that they need to pay for the expenses. Also, the Ministry of Education sent news that they want to, over the next 2 hours, Prime Minister Despotis continued to issue instructions to various departments. Although there are some things that require a short period of thinking, they still do not affect the old man who has been in power for more than 10 years. Yes, if Prime Minister Despotis, who is now 81 years old, is not considered an old man, then there are not many people in Italy who can be called old people. As an elderly Prime Minister, Despotis has felt increasingly exhausted in the past 2 years. Therefore, after dealing with the urgent matters, the Prime Minister, who felt low on energy, needed to take a nap to regain his energy. Prime Minister, Mr. Neil Napper has arrived. Secretary Usopp whispered in the Prime Minister's ear. When he heard the secretary's words, Despotis's cloudy eyes flashed with light. Got it. Invite Mr. Napper in. After Prime Minister Despotis finished speaking, he stood up and came to his desk. Prime Minister, Mr. Napper has arrived. Following Secretary Usopp, the short and somewhat bald Napper appeared in front of him. Napel, long time no see. Prime Minister Despotis opened his arms and stepped forward to hug the visitor. Seeing the Prime Minister's expression, as if he had met a friend, the clever Usopp naturally left the room and thoughtfully closed the door when he left. After his secretary left, Prime Minister Despotis suddenly put on a serious expression. How's the situation? It can't be said to be too smooth. Cavalotti accepted the Prime Minister's proposal and was willing to promote it in Parliament, while Bertoni was a little hesitant. He thought it would be difficult to push the proposal through. In addition, Crispy said that this kind of proposal is the best. It is better to consult with others before voting to avoid misjudgment. The 3 people Napel mentioned are all 3 people who have enough weight in the Parliament to influence the voting results of the Parliament. Among them, Cavalotti is the leader of the Republican Party. The Republican Party, as its name implies, seeks the most Republican system, so it is very interested in Prime Minister Despotis's proposal. Bertoni is the conservative from the same party as the Prime Minister. Although the two have the same, it belongs to the Social Democratic Party, but there are considerable differences between the two. However, it is not difficult for Prime Minister Depretis to persuade the other party. The only one more difficult to deal with is Crispy, the centrist faction in parliament. Although he does not have too many parliamentary seats, they are indispensable if he wants to achieve success. After all, Depretis is still more willing to deal with the centrists than the right-wingers who are too involved in the royal family. Especially the proposal he prepared this time requires the support of centrists. What proposal makes Depretis, who has served as Prime Minister for more than 10 years, still find it difficult to handle? Of course it is a big event related to the interests of the political party. Is it a big deal to change the conditions for voting rights for anyone who plays politics? Certainly. There is no bigger event that attracts political parties. Depretis, who has been Prime Minister for more than 10 years, wants to amend some of these provisions. However, the core of this modification is to relax the conditions for Italy to obtain the right to vote. He intends to relax the age requirement for the right to vote from 25 to 21 years old. More importantly, he intends to lower the requirement for election qualifications from 40 lire in annual taxes to 18 lire. It seems that this Prime Minister is also ambitious and wants to gradually change Italy's political foundation. Yes, although Depretis got along well with Carlo I, and he also recognized that King Carlo was a very far-sighted ruler, but this still cannot change the fact that Depretis is a politician. What a politician is, he needs to be responsible for overall political decisions. As for Italy's current political system, Depretis thinks it is very unreasonable. It seems that the Kingdom of Italy implements a responsible cabinet system, and the Prime Minister needs to be responsible to the King and Parliament. But in fact, the Parliament is currently in a razor, and the King is the one who actually holds the power. In the long run, under this system, people's enthusiasm for political participation will be suppressed, which is not conducive to Italy's development. The best way to change this situation is to change the kingdom into a republic. However, this condition is not feasible in Italy at present, and the king is still enthusiastically supported. Since this approach is not possible, we need to change our thinking. Expanding the number of people who have the right to vote is the best way. Speaking of which, thanks to Italy's rapid economic development in recent years, the number of citizens with the right to vote has more than doubled from 2.89% of the total population when he came to power to 6.27%. Although it has doubled, what is the use of a low base? It has only increased from more than 900,000 to more than 2 million, which is still not representative of the total population of more than 32 million. The role of Parliament is too low, or the power is too little, which is closely related to the population it represents according to estimates. The election conditions revised by Depretis may increase the number of people with the right to vote from 6.27 to about 13%, which is more than double. If we add their family members, at least 1/3 of Italians can be represented in the parliament, and the importance will be immediately apparent. However, although this kind of thing is good for all political parties, it is not easy at all to implement, because it will infringe on the rights of many people. For example, nobles and kings. This is what Depretis is most worried about. Having been with the young king for more than 10 years, Depretis may have understood the young man's obsession with power better than the king himself. He had not tested the king before, and asked him to increase the proportion of people's participation in politics, but he was always ignored by the young king. The king was fooled. This time he planned to do it differently. Cavalotti agreed. As I expected, Bertoni was a little hesitant. I will find a time to talk to him. As for Crispy, you give him a message for me. The conditions are whatever he wants, as long as he is willing to vote it in favor of the vote in parliament. After listening to the method given by Depretis, Napel buried his head in writing it down. Okay, I'll go find Crispy tonight. After saying that, Napel stood up and was about to leave. Napel, at this time, Prime Minister Depretis suddenly stopped him. Do you have any other explanations, old man? Remember to be careful. This matter must be hidden. Our young people have some hunting dogs with keen sense of smell. Don't worry, I know the seriousness of this kind of thing. Napper made a knowing gesture. After his old friends and comrades in arms left, Depretis was ready to get up to work. With so many things going on in the government, he didn't have much free time but the moment he just stood up, he felt a severe angina pain. He quickly stretched out his hands to find a support point. At this time, a strong feeling of dizziness came over him. Then his vision went dark, and he fell heavily on the ground point. Before he fell into coma, he heard his secretary yelling in horror, "Call the doctor! Call the doctor!" Chapter 335 Candidates for Succession as Prime Minister. Thanks to the timely discovery of his secretary Usopp, Depretis did not faint from a sudden heart attack, and died in his office point. But Depretis fainted due to a heart attack, and the news spread throughout Rome, even suppressing the news of the Italian fleet's victory in the Far East point. In response to this news, ordinary people prayed for the Prime Minister's safety. The people are actually very simple. If they think you are good, you will be loved by them. As Prime Minister Depretis has been in office for more than 10 years, Italy's national power has been growing day by day, and it has also captured a large number of colonies, and has been respected and loved by the people. So on the day the Prime Minister was hospitalized, people spontaneously came to the hospital to lay flowers. However, unlike ordinary people, the Prime Minister's illness caused many politicians in Rome to have other ideas. After all, the Prime Minister is already 81 years old, and this time he is hospitalized due to heart disease. How can His Majesty the King have the heart to continue to use such an old man? They are all willing to shoulder this important task for the old man. However, Carlo didn't know the opinions of others, but as the King of Italy, Carlo was extremely concerned about what happened to the Prime Minister on the day the Prime Minister was sent to the hospital. Carlo rushed to the hospital to visit. Italy is not a celestial dynasty, and there is no custom that the monarch cannot visit an old official who is seriously ill. Moreover, this custom in the Far East only appeared after Zhu Changba visited Sudan in the early Ming dynasty. Before that, no one talked about it at all. Professor John, how is the Prime Minister's condition? Professor John is one of the best cardiology doctors in Italy and an authority in this field in Italy, so Carlo took the lead in asking about the Prime Minister's condition. Before he entered the ward. Major General Levy is very important because of this matter, which is related to the succession of the position of Prime Minister. Of course, Professor John also knew who he was treating, so he remained tight-lipped about the Prime Minister's condition. Anyone who asked would still need to discuss it. However, facing King Carlo, the professor was still very flexible. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's condition is not optimistic. He suffers from organic heart disease, and it will be difficult to recover. And even so, he must not overwork himself in the future. Professor John was very nervous when he said this, because he knew what he meant, especially since the patient was the Prime Minister of the Kingdom. After listening to Professor John's words, Carlo frowned and said, "How many people currently know about the Prime Minister's condition?" "Currently, I have only told His Majesty and the Prime Minister. In addition, I have ordered other people involved in the treatment not to mention it to anyone." Looking at the nervous professor, Carlo patted his shoulder. "Professor, don't be nervous. You did a good job." Professor John was obviously relieved by Carlo's words. After all, this matter was of great importance. As the attending doctor, he did not want to be implicated in anything other than his illness. After Carlo asked the professor, he quickly walked to the ward where the Prime Minister was. The ward where Prime Minister Depretis is located is very nice, with private bathroom, large balcony, reception room, family lounge, etc. It can be said that except for the hospital bed and medical staff, it feels like home. In the reception room, the people who are qualified to stay here are all well-known figures in Italy, but now these figures are waiting politely. They already know that the king is coming. So as Carlo stepped through the door, everyone hurriedly saluted the king, but Carlo ignored them and hurriedly walked through the reception room to the ward. His Majesty Prime Minister, no need to be polite, just rest. The old Prime Minister, who had already woken up, struggled to get up. How could Carlo be harsh on this old man, who had worked hard for Italy for so many years? He quickly stopped his behavior. Carlo stepped forward and covered the old Prime Minister with the quilt that had just been taken off, holding his hand covered with age spots, and continued. "Prime Minister, I didn't notice your physical condition before. This is my fault. Now you just need to rest. Don't worry about the government's work problems. but Kona and others will handle it. Facing Carlo's words, Depretis, who had mixed feelings, slowly spoke. Thank you for your majesty's concern. The old minister can't do anything now. I hope your majesty will consider the issue of his successor. Facing the prime minister's words, Carlo immediately shook his hand. Prime Minister, the government currently cannot do without your excellency, so we postpone the issue of succession. Prime Minister, please rest in peace and recuperate. I'm still waiting for your excellency to come back. Faced with Carlo's words, Prime Minister Depretis' throat twisted several times, but finally did not say anything. After a brief silence between the two, Carlo continued to say caring words casually, while the Prime Minister responded intermittently. Fortunately, no one else was in the room, otherwise there would have been rumors the next day that the king and the Prime Minister were at odds. However, this situation is torturous for both of them. Although both of them are thick-skinned, it is indeed a bit embarrassing to be coy and submissive when they know that the other party knows. Fortunately, the awkward moment didn't last long, and King Carlo left the ward after half an hour. As soon as Carlo left, my old friend Nepel entered the ward. Looking at his old friend, Prime Minister Depretis spoke with a bitter look on his face. The king already knows, and he only found out today. It doesn't matter who told him. His old friend Nepel was also a smart man, and he understood immediately. Is it all caused by your condition? This should be. Facing the words of his old friend, the old prime minister nodded and said that this should be the case. Then he smiled bitterly. My caution and secret planning were in vain, and God made such a joke on me. I have tried my best. Who could have imagined that it would end like this? But who will bear the anger of the young king next? Depretis, that young man will not vent his anger on you. The words of an old friend fully describe the current political situation in Rome. Although what Prime Minister Depretis did was discovered by King Carlo, the connection between the two was too close, and Carlo would not punish him because of the damage to his reputation. Since he is not punished, those who are with him will become targets. And if you think further, the king can achieve this goal by choosing a new prime minister. As long as he chooses someone who does not deal with them, then their party will be in trouble for the rest of their lives. It's not going to be easy. What can I do about this kind of thing now? I'm just an old man recuperating from illness. Let them make their own choice. After all, they have been so comfortable with my care over the years. At this time, a strong wind and rain can only make a choice. Produce real talent, regardless of whether Prime Minister Depretis' words are comforting or sincere. As he becomes ill, some changes will inevitably occur in the power of the Prime Minister. Therefore, after the young king returned to the palace, the next day, in the name of Carlo, he recalled Antonio, the governor of Southeast Asia, and Ambic, the governor of East Africa. The reason was to let these two governors come back to report on their work. In addition, Carlo subsequently frequently summoned Speaker Crispi, leader of the Liberal Party Giolitti, leader of the right-wing National Party Steraba, and others. For a time, the city of Rome was turbulent, and experts from all sides tried their best to show themselves to the king. Because they all know one thing, the throne of prime minister is beckoning to them, and it is crucial who can get the king's approval. Therefore, the city of Rome was even more clamoring. Today there is a problem, and tomorrow there is a scandal. It is a vivid manifestation of Mark Twain's campaign for Governor Antonio and Ambic returned to Rome under such circumstances. It's late. Chapter 336. New Prime Minister. Antonio, my good friend, long time no see. Look at you, you have become thinner and darker. The lights were brightly lit in Speaker Crispi's home, and the house full of guests was warmly greeting his longtime friend, His Excellency Antonio, the governor of the Southeast Asian colonies, who was hurried back to Rome. Looking at the bustling hall, Antonio said with emotion, "It's been a long time since I experienced the charming night view of Rome. Ha 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 ha. I remember it was almost 5 years ago. At that time, I was also hosting a dinner to see you off." Crispi laughed and told the time when his friend left. "Crispi, you are right. It has been almost 5 years since I came back. I couldn't believe it when I came back before. Rome has changed so much. It's okay. I'll take you around when I have time." After The two briefly reminisced about old times and connected with each other. Crispy took Antonio to get to know the people at the party. "Hello, Noel. This is my longtime friend Antonio, Governor. Antonio, it's a pleasure to meet you." A slightly bald fat man looked at Antonio with a surprised look on his face and spoke to him in a flattering manner. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Noel." Antonio smiled and shook his hand. The boss of Italy's largest shipping company is also an excellent patron. Crispy whispered something in his ear. Antonio said nothing and continued to chat with the bald man named Noel. "This is Alson, a big entrepreneur from Milan. This is Canavero." During the subsequent banquet, Crispy introduced more than 10 people to him at every opportunity. Some of them are politicians, some are capitalists, and some are very famous. Anyway, these people were either rich or noble, and Crispy enthusiastically introduced them to him. Antonio also responded appropriately, but Crispy, who has been a friend for many years, discovered that this person was not interested in this, and was perfunctory. "This doesn't work." Crispy pulls him into a corner. "Antonio, my old friend, you are the protagonist of the banquet this time. These people I introduced have a lot of energy in Rome and will be of great help to your future progress. Don't neglect them." Faced with the kind words of his old friend, Antonio said helplessly, "Perhaps it's because of my habit of serving as a local governor these years that it's hard for me to deal with these people. Especially in Southeast Asia these years. I almost forgot how to deal with these people." Seeing the indifferent attitude of his old friend, Crispy said with a look of hatred, "Then just be polite and don't be too blunt. I invited this specially for you. I thought you might need it." In response to his friend's words, Antonio shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. "Just let it go. Don't you know who I am?" Well, seeing that his friend was so unwilling to make progress, Crispy could only sigh helplessly. Since the main character invited to the banquet was not enthusiastic, the banquet would not last long, so after more than 2 hours, the guests left in 2s and 3s. Crispy sent away the guests one by one with a smile on his face. When he returned, he saw his old friend holding a glass of red wine and savoring it. A feeling of resentment welled up in Crispy's heart. "Antonio, this time you should know why His Majesty recruited you back. At this critical moment, if someone helps push you, it is very likely that you can move forward. Although there is no guarantee which old man will leave the position, but at least it can make you a minister in the cabinet. Isn't this better than staying in the East?" Crispy scolded him so hard that his mouth was dry, but the target was still drinking red wine slowly, which shocked him. "Come on, don't be angry and drink some wine. Your wine is really good." If he was careless, Crispy would grab the red wine glass and drink it in one gulp. I said, "Can you please stop being so impatient, or you might choke yourself." Cough. Cough cough. "It's okay if I don't say it, but I'm really choked when I say it." Seeing Antonio's innocent expression, Crispy even lost his temper. "Okay, I'm afraid of you. Thank you very much for your hospitality, but considering practical factors, I have to leave." While he was talking, Antonio took a bottle of red wine and slipped away carelessly. Crispy was dumbfounded by his old friend's gesture, which was so shameless. After Antonio left, a confidant caught up with him. "Sir, your relationship with Governor Antonio is so good and enviable." Crispy turned back and gave him a cold look. "Okay, the relationship has broken down. As for why it collapsed, Crispy didn't bother to explain. After all, the Prime Minister's throne is too tempting. Who doesn't want to sit there? Crispy has been the speaker for these years, so he naturally wants to change his position. In Crispy's view, his friend is the most threatening enemy to the Prime Minister's throne this time. After spending so many years in Rome, Crispy thought he had seen things very clearly. Otherwise, he would not have informed the king of the Prime Minister's plot immediately after hearing that the Prime Minister was ill. This is the instinct of a qualified politician. When something is absolutely necessary, he will quickly change the situation to the one that is most beneficial to him, or the one with the least loss, to put it bluntly. Among the people summoned by King Carlo these days, Crispy has never felt any pressure. These party figures are no match for him in terms of qualifications, means, or reputation. The one who should really be vigilant is his friend who was recalled to Rome, because he felt that there was something unusual about King Carlo this time point, because the timing of the summons was too wrong. Or maybe he smelled something unusual. The Prime Minister fell ill and the hasty recall of the two Governor Generals was unusual at this time point, but Crispy thought a little deeper than the others. So he saw something quite wrong in Carlo's movements. To put it simply, it was the king's attempt to use officials to govern the country. Maybe people are asking, aren't you talking nonsense? If you don't need officials, who can you use them? Saying this means you don't understand politics, especially European politics. It is impossible for European countries to simply use officials to govern the country, because this directly ignores political parties and politicians involved in politics. Speaking of which, Carlo was also influenced by his past life memories. The politics of the East and the West are fundamentally different. In the West, politicians influence the political arena, while in the East, officials influence the political arena. I won't go into details here, so as not to say that I'm not good at word count. Interested friends can check it out by themselves. To put it simply, Carlo is depriving their party of the right to participate in politics. Some people may say, why not resist at this time? It's okay to resist, as long as it works. It's a pity that as the old prime minister fell ill, there are no more people who can compete with Carlo. So what do you ask them to do? Relying on the army, but unfortunately its allegiance is to the king. Thanks to the people, Italy's economy is now developing very well, and the people are very satisfied with the king. A few sober people cannot shake the foundation of the king. As for using risks, the king rarely makes public appearances, and who should he let go? Everyone is smart and wants to enjoy the results, and is not willing to make wedding clothes for others. So the only way is to turn the most threatening friends into one of them. Now it depends on who your king can choose. This is also the main reason why Crispy brought Antonio to the party. As long as he lets go, it is guaranteed that various funders and political parties will be willing to become one of them. At that time, it depends on how you choose the king, and your chances of winning will greatly increase. At that time, it would be okay to give it to the second-ranked foreign minister in the cabinet of a friend, and it would still appear to be magnanimous and considerate of their friendship. As for the governor of East Africa, Ambik, he was not a threat at all. He was unconvincing in terms of qualifications and abilities, so Crispy was angry because he failed to bring his friend in. As for Antonio, after boarding the carriage, he glanced at his old friend's mansion with complicated eyes, and there was a sense of indifference in it. Two people for many years. In the following days, Antonio significantly reduced his outings and basically stayed at his hotel waiting for the king's summons. 3 days later, King Carlo formally summoned Antonio, and no one knew what they talked about. But it can be seen from the fact that he stayed for dinner that the king was very satisfied. Sure enough, half a month later, the king officially issued an edict. Since Prime Minister Despotis was unable to govern due to illness, Antonio, the former governor of Southeast Asia, reorganized the cabinet. Italian politics has entered a new chapter. I owe you a chapter from yesterday. I will make up for it when I choose a good time. Chapter 337. Waiting. When there was a new prime minister in Italian politics, the war in the Far East was not affected and continued. After the world-famous naval battle in the Yellow Sea, the Italian expeditionary force did not stop at all. Just 8 hours after the naval battle ended, the task force visited the Japanese landing site at Peng Gang Bay. After 2 hours of bombardment, when the exhausted Italian fleet left, only a scene like a Shura field was left. Although many things at the Japanese landing site have been moved, the blow to the morale of the Japanese army was huge. After all, there is a way out and there is no way out. How can this be the same? Of course, what had a greater impact on the landing Japanese troops was the arrival of reinforcement. The 4th Regiment of the 1st Guards Division landed at Waihawi the day after the bombardment. Although the foreign soldiers' legs were still weak, after being at sea for so many days, the morale boost of the defenders was stronger than anything else. Not even a silver award. On the landing of the Japanese army, their retreat was cut off one after another, and the enemy reinforcement were already a double blow. How could they still have the morale to continue attacking Waihawi? On the day the Italian reinforcement arrived, the Japanese army could not continue the attack. and the next day they were the evacuation. The siege of Wiheiwari came to an end point during the more than 10 days, when the Japanese army attacked Wiheiwari. The Qing army lost nearly 10,000 people and the Japanese army lost more than 3,000 people. Although the Japanese army's losses were relatively small, its ammunition consumption was quite high, especially since it needed to be transported step by step from the landing site, which made the Japanese army's attack more difficult. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise the defenders would have been unable to withstand the Japanese offensive. Don't ask why the Japanese army retreated when they saw the reinforcement, or why they didn't launch a desperate attack. The Japanese army of Sino-Japanese War of 1891 to 1891 was not the Japanese army we are familiar with in later generations. After the Japanese army retreated, in the following 10 days, the 1st Guards Division of the Italian Expeditionary Force arrived at Wiheiwari one after another. With more than 10,000 troops and their equipment, Wiheiwari not only made Wiheiwari impregnable, but also became a gathering point for the Qing army. Yes, this war is a war between the Qing dynasty and Japan. If the Qing army did not appear, this would not be justified. Li Xuantang is very thoughtful. How can he let others say such gossip? So under his order, the Hui army, that originally reinforced Wiheiwari was unified under the command of Ding Ruching, the admiral of the Biang Navy. Li Xuantang chose a navy admiral to command the army. There is nothing we can do about this. Although there are many battalions in the Hui army, there are only a few who can convince the masses. When Irugi and Yizucheo were beaten to death by the Japanese army, and were escorted to Beijing to await trial. As for Nishichen, he is not qualified enough and needs to defend Shengjing, so he cannot make the trip. Therefore, we can only select Admiral Ding's general and let him be responsible for commanding the soldiers well. This can be regarded as making the best use of everything. Although Admiral Ding is not good at naval battles, he is still very good at land battles. Although this happened more than 10 years ago, at least when managing the various camp heads, Ding Ruching was still very able to convince the public. Of course, this matter would not be easy to handle with Admiral Ding alone. Zhao Fu, who was not Lord Xuantang's right-hand man, was temporarily assigned the post of governor of Shandong, and transferred over to coordinate matters with the 1st Guards Division commanded by Major General Pulev, Sr. Zhao, are food ready? In his command post, Major General Pulev asked about Zhao Fule. Don't blame Major General Pulev for not knowing the position of governor, because it is difficult for a foreigner to know the official positions in China in detail, especially for Pulev who has just arrived. Therefore, he could only use the official position he understood to be used on Zhao Fu. After the translator conveyed Major General Pulev's words to Zhao Fu, he only saw him speaking. General Pulev, the things you need have been prepared. 30,000 artillery shells and 3 million rounds of ammunition have been brought here after we raided Xianjin. In addition, there are 5,000 tons of rice and flour, and 1,000 cattle and sheep. Most of the 3,000 horses have arrived. Don't worry, they will be delivered to you at the specified time. Zhao Fu's words gave the translator a bit of a headache. After all, he didn't know how to translate it for such a measurement. Fortunately, he converted it to tons and expressed it. Major General Pulev was very satisfied after hearing Zhao Fu's answer, and he nodded. Very good. As long as you can deliver the supplies on time, the attack on the Japanese army will proceed as scheduled. After listening to Pulev's words, Ding Ruching on the side said happily, it's just right. Our army will definitely not let these Japanese pirates go. Ding Ruching's words made Major General Pulev take a look at him. Although he didn't want to admit it, after several days of observation, he believed that the 1st Guards Division would have fought more easily without the drag of these friendly forces. Don't blame Pulev for thinking so, because after arriving at Wiheiwari, apart from dealing with the 1st Guards Division, he spent most of his time observing his friendly forces. The result made him very dissatisfied. His friendly forces were really bad. According to his opinion, all these people should be disbanded, leaving no one behind. According to statistics, more than 60% of these friendly troops have been in the army for less than 3 months, and 1/3 of them still use cold weapons. Among the hot weapons, there are homemade guns and matchlock guns that are hundreds of years old, and there are also many single-shot rifles. Of course, there are also some who use advanced rifles, but the number is not large, only about 2,000 people. Moreover, in addition to insufficient training, these people also have a very fatal problem. That is, they do not understand modern military theory, and they only learn tactics from decades ago. He had seen too much volley shooting training in Wihei. This is not bad. Soldiers who use cold weapons also train in ancient cold weapon tactics. Of course, the Wihei guards are still good, but they are only good if they have solid fortifications. If they are separated from the fortifications, their training, technical and tactical deficiencies will be equally serious. It can be said without politeness that he only needs one reinforced regiment of troops to defeat all of the more than 10,000 friendly troops. Because even if they are given enough weapons, these people still don't know how to use them, and they can't use them correctly to achieve the desired effect. Pilev now somewhat understands why the Japanese army showed such combat effectiveness against the King army. This was completely a foil to the friendly forces. Of course Pilev thinks so, but he can't do it. I saw him smiling at Ding Raching. General Ding, I hope that your army can protect my flanks by then. In addition, in order to improve the training level of your army, I hope to send a regiment to help your army train before the war. How could the two of them not understand the meaning of Pilev's words? It was obvious that they were not optimistic about them. But it's normal not to be optimistic. With a regiment of more than 2,000 foreign soldiers to help out, those Kyubei will be somewhat confident. Thank you General Pilev for your help. Zhao Fu took Ding Rachin with him and thanked Major General Pilev. Major General Pilev then called Cossents, Lieutenant Colonel Cossents, your 4th Regiment is responsible for training our friendly forces, and when we attack, it will be responsible for protecting our army's flanks. Although he was assigned to the terrible job of training friendly forces to protect the flanks, what else could Cossents say? He could only accept it. After all, his 4 regiments have the weakest combat effectiveness, and he is also the least qualified. What else do you want to do if you don't do this as you command, Commander? With a belly full of depression, Captain Cossents left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the teacher's room, he was stopped by someone. Lieutenant Colonel Cossents, wait a minute. I saw an officer walking up to him with a slightly fat king man. Lieutenant Colonel Cossents, this Lieutenant Colonel Yuan is the person sent by the King dynasty to connect with you. If you have any requests in the future, you can convey them through this Lieutenant Colonel Yuan. Well, it's still the same problem. The officer at the division headquarters didn't understand the position of the officer named Yuan, but in view of the principle of reciprocity, he casually assigned him the position of Lieutenant Colonel, regardless of whether the King army had a Lieutenant Colonel military rank. When Cossents heard that he was an officer in contact with the King dynasty, he immediately smiled. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Yuan. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Cossents. You can call me Yuan Wheating. This Lieutenant Colonel Yuan Wheating spoke Italian, which surprised Cossents. This was the first time he had seen anyone who could speak Italian in the King dynasty except for a translator. This time Cossents' smile was more sincere. Lieutenant Colonel Yuan, you speak Italian well, thanks. Lieutenant Colonel Yuan smiled more sincerely than Cossents. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Lieutenant Colonel Yuan gained a lot. Damn it, how did you walk in line? The officer leading the line sloppily should be caned. An Italian officer roared angrily at the King soldiers, who were not even lined up neatly in front of him, making the other party's eyes confused. Although they couldn't understand the officer's Italian, they knew by looking at the furious look on the foreign man's face that he was definitely in trouble. And there was a fake foreign devil next to him to convey his words. However, this foreign officer also flirted with the blind man. These king officers and soldiers looked like they were watching a western scene, and some people in the queue were muttering quietly, "We have done a good job, but this foreign officer is too harsh. Yes, this foreigner is too difficult to take care of." What are you two talking about when you come out? Well, the private mutterings of the two soldiers were discovered by the sharp-eyed foreign officer, and they could only reluctantly stand up. Tell me, what are you two talking about, and why are you talking in the team? The foreign officer's angry question made the two rookies turn pale with fright. However, this did not arouse sympathy, but instead caused them to roar louder. Tell me, are you dissatisfied with me? Tell me. Looking at the two noobs shivering at him, he suddenly lost interest. You two, run around the playground 10 times and go immediately. The two rookies started running under the scolding of the foreign officers, but no one in the queue dared to speak. It takes nearly 30 miles to run 10 laps on this playground. I hope these two short-sighted guys have the strength to finish it. Point at the far end of the playground. Someone was watching everything happening here. Lieutenant Colonel Yuan, you soldiers don't understand anything at all. This is very bad. The officers under my command have a lot of resentment. And we have also seen that in this situation, where the language is different, the training methods of our guards are directly adopted. Your army doesn't have much use at all. Cossens looked at the scene in the distance and spoke calmly to Yuan beside him, while a translator next to Yuan was translating Cossens's words to him. Yes, Yuan Wheating's Italian was not very good either. He had to practice in advance to leave a good enough impression on Cossens. No, after getting along with him for a few days, his nature of speaking simple Italian was fully revealed. Therefore, in order to prevent Cossens from saying that he did not understand, it was inevitable to have an interpreter with him. Then, according to your ideas, what should we do, Mr. Yuan's words made Cossens angry. Yuan, this is the third time you have asked me this today. Do you need to pay my consulting fees first? Upon hearing Cossens's complaint, Mr. Yuan immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, no problem. I can give you whatever you want, Lieutenant Colonel Cossens. How about £1,000? As long as you ask, I will send you the reward tonight. Don't worry, I will do it quietly, and won't let anyone else know. No, Yuan. Wheating's words made Cossens swallow his saliva. He knew very well how much £1,000 was. It can be said that his pension will not be much higher in the future. Moreover, the Cossens family is not a wealthy family, so it would be foolish to say that it is not attractive to them. However, the temptation given by Master Yuan can only go so far. Cossens shook his head and said, Yuan, if you want to give money, then I won't talk about it. If we are friends, then I can talk about it. Cossens's words made Mr. Yuan feel a little ashamed, and then he immediately corrected his attitude and said, Lieutenant Colonel Cossens, Yuan was abrupt, and I hope you will forgive him for his blunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Yuan bowed to him respectfully. Cossens still knew some Chinese etiquette. At least he knew that this was a great gift, and he quickly reached out to help him up. Lieutenant Colonel Yuan, you are an upright person. I'm very happy to meet your friend, Yuan. Wheating also held Cossens's hand with joy and said, Yuan is also very willing to have a friend with such high moral character as your excellency. I hope our friendship will last forever. After a heart-to-heart conversation, the two became friends. In fact, this conversation that promoted the rapid development of friendship was also the deliberate result of the 2-point Master Yuan's purpose is very clear. He wants to get Cossens's method of training troops. In addition, it is even more desirable to have a good relationship with a middle-level Italian officer on Cossens's side. Yuan is the most enterprising king official he has ever seen, and there are not many of them, and being able to associate with him will also be very beneficial to his future development. So this can be considered as each having needs. Of course, if they can continue to benefit from each other, then their friendship will be stronger. So there is no such thing as meeting too late. Everyone has their own needs. It just depends on the urgency of the needs. Judging from the current needs of the two, Master Yuan's needs are more urgent. Now that the two have become friends, Cossens will analyze it from the perspective of a friend. My friend, to be honest, I think your country's military development has fallen into a misunderstanding. You believe too much in the power of weapons, and do not understand where the real power of the military lies. Yuan immediately took out a pen and paper and started recording. It can be seen that a lot has been recorded on it. This is what Lieutenant Colonel Yuan and Cossens gained from spending several days together. Cossens pretended not to notice and continued. In fact, after learning these days, I think what your country needs most urgently is officers. Officers who have received modern system training. Speaking of which, Cossens pointed to the playground. It is not advisable at all to let our officers directly train your country's soldiers. First of all, our country's officers do not only know your country's language, and your country's soldiers cannot understand our country's words. Everything needs to be conveyed through an interpreter, which is likely to cause confusion and unsatisfactory results of poor training. In addition, there are cognitive issues between the two, which I think you have seen in the past few days. So in fact, the best ones to train them are the officers of your country, the officers who have received systematic training, not an old-fashioned officer mixed with a lot of old-fashioned thinking. Yuan Wheating understood what Cosent said. This was a clear message to him, that these armies were not good at all, and needed to be rebuilt. So, in your opinion, what should be done to build a new type of army? In my words, we first need to restructure the entire military organizational system. Your country's simple division cannot adapt to the modern army at all. The army is a sophisticated war machine, and every part has its role. And your country's war machine is too crude, so it can easily fall apart on the battlefield. Speaking of this, Cosent glanced at him and said, first of all, we need to improve its command system. In fact, the new army cannot be commanded by one person. In addition to the chief officer, in addition to the professional departments responsible for training and combat, the distribution of weapons and equipment, material management, horse management, etc. all require professional departments to manage and supervise. Cosent's words opened a new door for Yuan Wheating. He did not expect that the new army would ask for so much. What about after building the chain of command? This needs to talk about troop organization. Currently, all our countries in Europe adopt a 7-level organization of divisions, brigade, regiment, battalion, and company. This is the result of full consideration. I need to explain here that the most important one is the company. The company level organization is generally the smallest independent combat organization, so the company level chief officer must be a soldier who has studied the system. What Cosent said is absolutely correct. The company level is very important in Europe, and the structure of the company has always been one of the focuses of European military research. In other words, if you want to build a new type of army, you must have a general level or above to study the system. Yuan Wheating is still very good at grasping the key points. Yes, this requires too many officers. It's not too many. According to the standards of our country's army divisions, there are probably more than 300 officers among 10,000 people. What about your teacher? Our 1st Guards Division has more than 14,000 people and 619 officers. Now, Yuan Wheating understood that the combination of officers and weapons and equipment was the way to strengthen the army. However, it is difficult to find officers who need to know new tactics. They are as hard to find as a 3-legged toad point. As if he understood Yuan Wheating's thoughts, Cosent said immediately, actually, the issue of military officers is not a big deal. We can build military academies and hire excellent European teachers. We can also send people to apply for European military academies to study. Well, neither of the two methods Cosent mentioned is what Mr. Yuan can do. Point of course, Cosent couldn't share his worries, so he continued. In addition, the ordnance used by soldiers also needs to be considered comprehensively. For example, Chinese soldiers are not as tall as German and Austrian soldiers, so our country uses 6.5mm caliber rifles, which have smaller recoil and facilitate the training of soldiers. Chapter 339 Battle of Rangcheng, Part 1. Mr. Yuan was also confused by Cosent's confused words, but this did not affect the preparations for the battle. Point after the efforts of Zhao Fu and other Shandong officials, all the materials needed by Major General Pilev finally arrived before the war started. Point. Now that all the supplies have arrived, what else can the well-prepared 1st Guards Division have to say? Of course, it only has the Japanese sacrificial flag in Shandong. Point. So on February 17th, the sound of gunfire, which had been silent for more than 10 days, sounded again in Shandong. Point, but this time it was replaced by the Italian King coalition forces, and attacked the Japanese army. Fire, boom, boom boom, in an artillery position at the rear. 1890 Type 150mm howitzers roared following the officer's order. The artillery shells, which were blasted with propellant, flew over a distance of 6 to 7 kilometers and landed accurately on the Japanese position on the top of the hill. Bang, bang bang. The 150mm artillery shell is extremely powerful and extremely lethal within a range of 10 meters. As long as it is swept away by it, it will basically be a tragic human tragedy. Continuous explosions were heard from the Japanese positions and all the fortifications that could be seen from the ground, such as parapets, horsebacks, foxholes, etc., were within the scope of the attack point. Of course, the Italian army cannot rely only on these 12 150mm howitzer 72 artillery. Pieces of various types belonging to the 1st Guards Division also joined the chorus. Therefore, on the Japanese army's position, a burst of dense explosions sounded, which made the defending Japanese officers and soldiers feel even more tortured. But they didn't have to worry. The Japanese counterattack sounded immediately, and artillery fire from the Japanese army immediately launched a counterattack. Seeing the enemy's artillery counterattack, the Italian artillery was naturally unwilling to be outdone and also retaliated. So the artillery battle between the two sides began. In his headquarters, Major General Pilev, the commander of this battle, was observing the artillery battle with high-powered binoculars. The enemy should have no reservations and let the cannons fire back. Yes, Pilev still has something up his sleeve. He still had the cannon in his hand to no avail. Following his order, the Italian army's latest 1894 Type 120mm cannon also revealed its true appearance. Yes, this artillery has only been equipped in Italy not long ago, and the army is currently only organized into one regiment. Italy used it in the Far East battlefield, maybe because it wanted to test it in the war. So following the order of Major General Pilev, the 12-door 1894 120mm showed its heroic appearance for the first time. Fire, boom, boom boom, fire, boom, boom boom. After marking the enemy's position, following the artillery officer's order, the 120mm cannon fired at the Japanese artillery position at high speed. That's right, it's extremely fast. In addition to having a range of 12.4 kilometers, the 120mm cannon also has a super fast rate of fire. It can fire at a rate of 6 rounds per minute for 3 minutes. Of course, if fired at 5 rounds per minute, it can last 4 minutes. Doesn't it feel like the performance is mediocre, which is not worthy of praise. But as long as the age issue is taken into account, it is enough to explain the problem. The rate of fire and range of this cannon far exceed that of artillery from other countries of the same type. And it is the well-deserved king of 120mm caliber. Of course, the two major weapons that make it the most outstanding 120mm cannon are the rate of fire and range. Among them, the barrel length that has the greatest impact on the range is an unprecedented 45 times the barrel length of this cannon. In addition, its retractor is also the latest model in Italy. It can be said that in order to create this excellent artillery, the designer has designed it to the limit. Of course, its excellent performance is also reflected in its weight. Its total weight of 4.52 tons allows it to follow Legion-level troops and become a weapon for suppressing the opponent's artillery. The performance of the 120mm cannon in the first battle was also very good. In just 1 hour, 12 120mm cannons had destroyed 3 Japanese artillery positions. As long as a Japanese artillery position is found within the range, there will be no escape from the fate of being named by it. It is simply a sharp weapon that can be used to hit wherever it is pointed. It can easily eliminate opponents without any pressure and out of the enemy's range. This is naturally a sign of great morale for the coalition forces. As for the Japanese army, it also has the performance of the 120mm cannon, which makes the Japanese artillery unmatched, and dare not continue to engage in artillery fire with the coalition forces. The enemy's artillery ceased its activity, which naturally hurt the infantry. A large number of artillery shells fell directly on their heads. Continuous explosions sounded in the Japanese positions, making them feel like they were being plowed through, and this also caused heavy casualties. The bombardment lasted for a full morning, allowing Japan and Qing Dynasty to see how wealthy the European armies were in combat. Of course, as Li Zhangtang's right-hand man, Master Zhao Fu naturally watched the entire bombardment. In addition to being shocked by the precise strikes of the Italian artillery, he was also distressed by the long-lasting artillery bombardment. How much do so many shells cost? At least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver were spent this morning. You must know that all the needs of the Italian army need to be paid for by the court and Li Zhangtang, but he knew the rules and did not ask, but the anxiety in his eyes was deepening. In fact, if Italy had to fight on its own, it would not be so luxurious, with artillery all the way to clear the way. Isn't there someone paying the bill? Of course, it can be luxurious when fighting. Of course, this also depends on the situation. The time to attack the outer positions like this cannot be too long. So at noon, when the sun is the warmest, Pulev finally gave the order to attack. Order the 2nd Regiment to launch an attack on Qingcheng Ridge. Be sure to test the enemy's troop deployment. Following Major General Pulev's order, nearly 3,000 officers and soldiers of the 2nd Regiment launched an attack on the pro-Japanese position at Qingcheng Ridge. The Italian officers and soldiers all over the mountains and plains look densely packed. But if you take a closer look, you will find that, although these people look dense, they are all scattered. Everyone is at least 5 or 6 meters apart, and they cooperate in their actions, like it was like a wave rushing toward the Japanese positions. Boom. Boom boom. When the Japanese troops saw the attacking Italian officers and soldiers, they immediately launched a counterattack. However, after being bombarded by saturation, the gunfire on the position was not intensive. Only after the Italian soldiers reached a distance of 300 meters did the gunfire become more intensive than before. Many Japanese soldiers were finally encouraged by their officers to recover from the shelling. However, this resistance of the Japanese army was not taken seriously by the officers and soldiers of the 2nd Regiment. When they conducted war drills, they had to place Maxim machine guns in their positions. A battlefield like this, defended only by rifles, is even more childish. In fact, the Japanese army is not without machine guns. It is also equipped with Gatling 6-barreled machine guns. However, the intensive shelling just now destroyed all the machine guns placed in the position, so they could only use rifles to fight back. However, this little resistance method could not defeat the officers and soldiers of the Guards Division. Not long after, a burst of cheers sounded from the front. The officers and soldiers of the 2nd Regiment have already entered the position. It seems that the Japanese army cannot hold on to this position for much longer at this time. Mr. Zhaofu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Your country's armored soldiers are really sharp. Chapter 340 Battle of Rangcheng, Part 2. The enemy is coming. Everyone be prepared. It's the machine gun crew ready. In the newly captured Lizishan position, an Italian officer was directing his soldiers to quickly prepare to hold on to the position. Lizzie Mountain is located on the northwest side of Rangcheng County. Although this mountain is only 300 to 400 meters high, it is a commanding height. As long as you occupy this mountain, you can rely on the terrain to pose a sufficient threat to the county seat 3 to 4,000 meters away. By then, not to mention other artillery, even the 75mm mountain artillery of the Guards Division will be able to reach the county town. That's right. The Japanese troops who landed in Shandong have all huddled in Rangcheng County and its surroundings. Although this was also a place of death, in order to delay the Italian army and buy time for the Japanese troops in the Liaodong Peninsula and Korea, its commander, Major General Izo Hachiro, issued a death order requiring every Japanese soldier to fight to the last man. In order to prevent senior officers from being captured and shaking the morale of the military senior officers such as Yamagata Aritomo and Yamachima Toharu had been picked up in a dark night. Of course, this order was executed well at the beginning because the Japanese army concealed the news of the defeat in the naval battle. The shelling of Qinglang Bay was said to be a sneak attack by the Italian fleet while the combined fleet was a waypoint. Therefore, the resistance of the Japanese army is very strong. Even if Italian artillery washes the ground, the remaining Japanese troops are very effective. However, after the artillery was suppressed, the Japanese army could only rely on the Murata rifles in their hands to counterattack the Italian soldiers' offensive. However, the Japanese army's Murata rifles have a very slow rate of fire. The Murata Type 13 and Murata Type 22, they are mainly equipped with our single-shot rifles. Each shot is fired with a bullet. The number of the latest Murata Type 22 magazine rifles is scarcity doesn't work at all. As for the small number of Gatling 6-barreled machine guns, they were too bulky and could easily attract Italian artillery attacks. making them perform poorly on the battlefield. Moreover, the Gatling gun needs to be fired by hand and has too many shortcomings. Compared with the Maxim of the Italian army, there is a gap of 2 generations. Therefore, after being focused on, the role of the Gatling gun in defense is not very obvious. The influence of these various factors was also the main reason why Japanese positions were breached one after another, in view of the fact that the Luzitian position is an important commanding height of the Japanese army. It is reasonable to attract a Japanese counterattack. After being captured by the Italian army, a large group of Japanese troops launched a counterattack against it under the bombardment of Italian artillery fire. The officers in the defensive position immediately ordered to open fire after the Japanese army entered a distance of 400 meters following the officer's order. The soldiers on the position immediately used their weapons to pull the trigger on the charging enemy. The crisp gunshots of Carcano rifles rang out densely in the position, and Japanese soldiers in the distance kept being knocked down. Of course, in the defensive battle, the absolute protagonist is the several Maxim machine guns on the position. As an absolute killing weapon, the Maxim machine gun's performance in defensive battles is unmatched. Continuous shooting swept away the charging Japanese troops. Major General Izuo Hachiro, who was watching the battle from a distance, had his eyes spitting fire. Bagger, the enemy's firepower is so strong. Why did Lieutenant Colonel Honda rush in like this? Isn't this a waste of soldiers' lives? Major General Izuo completely forgot about his strict orders to retake the position, and instead became concerned about the lives of the soldiers. There was no way. When General Yamagata Aritomo and Lieutenant General Yamachima Toharu left, they were strictly ordered to defend as long as possible, preferably for a month, leaving enough time for the Japanese troops elsewhere. Of course, if this is not possible, then half a month is acceptable. Since Major General Izuo stayed, he was naturally determined to die, so he basically adopted a defensive approach. After all, defense always has an advantage over offense. Of course, he doesn't always defend. For example, at key points, he also prepares reinforcement or counterattacks as the commander of the troops that reinforced Luzitian. Lieutenant Colonel Honda was delayed by enemy artillery fire and the reinforcement were delayed. If Luzitian was captured by the enemy, he had an unshirkable responsibility. It is understandable that he should be allowed to recapture Luzitian. It's just that the Italian troops who captured Luzitian had too much firepower, so the Honda team could only lose. In fact, the Japanese army themselves also know that there is a generation gap between the Murata rifles in the hands of their own soldiers and the opponent's Carcano rifle. How can a single-loaded single-shot rifle compete with the opponent's magazine rifle in terms of firepower? But now it's too late to change, even if you want to, so the soldiers can only grit their teeth and persist. The Italians did not give the Japanese army a chance to persist. After repelling the Japanese attack, the Italian army immediately dragged the cannon up the mountain. In the next 2 days, relying on the advantage of occupying the commanding heights, the Italian army successively captured Dong's Heiau Mountain, Ujia Mountain, Yatao River and other places, and semi-encircled the Japanese army in Shandong in Rongcheng County. Of course, the Japanese army did not stop resisting in the past 2 days. Feeling that they were about to be annihilated, the Japanese army launched one after another to stop the coalition's actions. However, they did not have the advantage in weapons, personnel, or geography. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for the Japanese army to take advantage, and they basically suffered most. Watching the leaking coalition force the Japanese army into desperate on step by step, the morale of the Japanese army itself is also declining, and deserters have appeared among the Japanese officers and soldiers. This made Major General Pulev very satisfied, and also made the King army overjoyed. Some people even acted without permission to gain the upper hand and show off their prominence. However, it was obvious that some people were overthinking it. The Japanese army's position was still stable, and they lost thousands of soldiers for this. This made Pulev furious and demanded an explanation from the King army. In fact, there is no need for Pulev to be angry. The King army itself was also angry. Should such a blind guy continue to do bad things? So he wanted to stand out, but he did it. Under the pressure of Zhao Fu, the chief envoy of Zhao, Ding Rucheng summoned everyone to kill a blind guy and sacrifice him to the flag. This kind of guy who is not successful enough, but more than exposed, dares to harm Li Zongtang. No matter who is standing in the background point following the farce-like King military dispute, the general attack on Rangcheng County began 3 days later. This time Major General Pilev waved his hand, and 2 consecutive days of shelling honed the skills of the Italian artillery officers and soldiers, and also made the Japanese army and Mr. Zhao turn pale. All the 30,000 artillery shells raised by Mr. Zhao were hit by this bombardment, but the effect was very good. The positions outside Rangcheng County were reduced to scorched earth, and most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. Not to mention the city wall. It is a key target of attack. According to subsequent statistics, the Japanese army suffered nearly 2,000 casualties in this bombardment, and those who were not injured were also severely damaged mentally. In addition, the loss of weapons was even more alarming. Only 13 of its 47 cannons were available, and only 3 of the 11 Gatling hand-cranked machine guns were available. Then the loss of ammunition and other materials was also huge. After all, this was the first time the Japanese army had seen such an indiscriminate attack with rich wealth, and they had no defense at all. Now that the Japanese army was knocked out of spirit by the shelling, what are they waiting for? Major General Pilev finally allowed the King army to attack this time. The Italian army was responsible for the main attack in the west, while the north and south sides were handed over to the King army. The sea is not far to the east. This time there was finally no mistake. It only took 2 days for the Italian main attack to capture the city wall on the west side. Then the King troops on both sides also captured the city wall with the help of the Italian army. At this time, in accordance with European practice, Major General Pilev sent an envoy to demand the surrender of the Japanese army. After all, it has now been shown that the surviving Japanese troops have fallen into a dead end with no possibility of escape. However, in the face of Pilev's persuasion to surrender, Major General Duan Ranavai Hachiro refused. Since the enemy persisted, there was nothing more to say. After another 2 days of fighting, the Japanese troops entrenched in Rangcheng County were completely wiped out. At this point, the Japanese troops who landed in Shandong have been eliminated in their entirety. There may be a few who escaped by chance, but they no longer pose a threat. In this battle, Italy lost 581 people, injured 987, lost 17 artillery pieces and more than 50,000 artillery shells, annihilated 14,200 Japanese troops, captured 5 artillery pieces, more than 2,900 guns, and captured more than 6,000 Japanese troops. Of course, there is also the credit of the Allied King Army. If the King Army were not responsible for transporting supplies, detecting enemy situations and protecting flanks, the Italian army would not have been able to achieve such a smooth victory. But no matter what, this heavy battle report can relieve Li Zhangtang's pressure to some extent. Of course, this is without considering the consumption of ammunition. Chapter 341 Borrowing. The Japanese army in Shandong was annihilated, and its impact on the war situation was actually limited from a military perspective. After all, the navy has won, and the Japanese combined fleet can no longer pose a threat to the Italian task force. However, the annihilation of the Japanese troops in Shandong was a great political encouragement to the Qing dynasty. This battle of annihilation was considered a victory for Li Zhangtang, and the burden on Li Zhangtang was relieved a lot. After all, the Italians performed well, and were able to defeat the fake Japanese foreigners, who in the market today would not praise Li Zhangtang for his foresight. It seemed as if Li was not the only one who was scolded when the Hui army was defeated. Although the praise from the market and even the king court made Li Zhangtang feel better, recruiting foreign soldiers also had its own troubles. Li Zhangtang has been troubled recently, all because of money issues. Lord Zhaofu, who had just returned from supervising the troops at the Rangcheng front line, was pulled over by his benefactor Li Zhangtang. Yashin, what did you see in Shandong? As a staff member for many years, how could Zhaofu not know the meaning of his benefactor's words? I saw him speaking. The Italian army's battle formations are quite sharp. It can be said that they are invincible in all battles. But the consumption is too much and a headache. In just 1 hour, more than 50,000 artillery shells and millions of bullets were fired, which consumes us so much. It's hard to afford it. So, the Italian army has no intention of doing anything. Not yet. In that case, there's no need to complain. Li Zhang Tang's words made Mr. Zhao wake up from a dream. It's me, Meng Lang. Yes, since the Italian soldiers can fight and use their strength to destroy the Japanese, worrying about the ammunition consumption is a typical penny gain. As for not being active enough, that's normal. Those Qiyu family can't move even if they spend 1 or 2 taels of silver. And you can't win the battle, even if you give back the money. Isn't this even more irritating? Although Li Zhangtang understood the performance of the Italian army, such a modern war still made it difficult for him. The most obvious example is that money cannot be restrained from being spent, which finally made it possible for the 6 million taels of silver allocated by the court to be gone in less than a month. I wonder if it would be easy for him, Liu, to deduct some money from the court. Not only did he have to convince the princes of the Manchu dynasty, but he also had to fight with Wen Shuping in a battle of wits and courage. In the end, this little money was the only money the court had in the past 6 months. As for the remaining gaps, we can only count on Li Zhangtang to find a solution on his own. In addition, because of his hard work and familiarity with foreign affairs, he was allowed to borrow money from foreigners. Borrow foreign debt. Although foreign debt is easy to borrow, it is difficult to repay it. Liu has been doing foreign affairs for so many years, and he has long understood the habits of foreigners. As long as you ask, you can borrow as much as you want, but besides interest, there are various other conditions included, which can make you sick to death. But it was impossible not to borrow. The family was waiting for the rice to be cooked, so Li Zhangtang had no choice but to become a good doctor after a long illness. Just as I was thinking about the trouble of foreign debt, I heard a servant coming to report that Master Shanda had arrived. This person from Shanda is talking about Shengzuan Hui. As the Hui army's purse, how could he be bypassed when it comes to borrowing money from foreigners? This matter of not borrowing foreign debts will be handled by Shengzuan Hui. Li Zhangtang only needs to wait for the final decision. That's it. Not to mention, Shengzuan Hui had a good negotiation with the foreigners. The conditions for the previous loan of 20 million taels were very good, and he was very satisfied. I've met my lord. After a brief greeting, Li Zhangtang asked directly without giving Shengzuan Hui time to breathe. Xingzhen, how was the discussion this time? Don't blame Li Zhangtang for asking urgently. Isn't this an urgent need for money? More than 100,000 frontline soldiers are counting on Liu to pay. If he doesn't borrow money, he won't be able to support him, even if he is sold. Facing the urgent Li Zhangtang, Shengzuan Hui certainly did not dare to have any opinions and said directly, Master Zhangtang, this time is not easy to negotiate. We borrowed a lot this time, and banks from various countries are unwilling to lower the conditions. Even Dehua and Italian Chinese bank, which lent us money last time, are not willing. Privately, Italian Chinese bank Dabanzai Mr. told me that we were under great pressure last time we borrowed money. This time we borrowed 50 million taels of silver. The ministers of various countries have strictly ordered the banks not to violate the agreement of the banking consortium. Ambassador Jia has nothing to do about this matter. Shengzuan Hui's words made Li Zhangtang feel a little distressed. Of course, he also knew the current attitude of ministers from various countries towards the imperial court. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the imperial court was at war with the Japanese and was short of money, and took this opportunity to win over the conditions that had been impossible to negotiate before. Then it is very necessary to require banks in various countries not to act privately. The British Empire, with its unrivaled strength, naturally made Minister Organa the host of the loan. Although the trade share of Italy and Germany in the Qing dynasty increased year by year, it was still slightly insufficient compared to Britain, France and the United States, which had been deeply involved for many years. Therefore, the two countries also know that they have no hope of taking the lead in borrowing. Li Zhangtang naturally knew that Minister Organa had bad intentions, but what could be done about it? He could only continue talking. After all, he was still able to use barbarians to control barbarians. How are the talks going so far? At present, the conditions of banks in various countries are similar. They all give a period of 15 years, a 50% discount and a 50% interest. In addition, the court is required to use cigarette taxes as collateral, and each country is allowed to set up agencies in Chengdu and Xi'an to govern our own citizens. In addition, Sheng Zuan Hui Balabala talked about the various privileges required by various countries. Although these conditions may not seem high, they include various rights of various countries in Sichuan and Shaanxi. In addition to extra-legal jurisdiction, there was no mention of the rights to mine and build roads. But how could he not know the habits of these foreigners, and wait to bully the officials below, to make it an established fact, and make people blind? We can talk about the interest further. As for the cigarette tax as a mortgage, we can do it. But regarding the opening of agencies in Chengdu and Xi'an, tell them that I'm just the governor of Biang, and have no control over the governors of Sichuan and Gansu and Shaanxi. This condition you can only go to the imperial court. Li Zongtang is such a shrewd person. How can he let foreigners get their wish? I would rather increase the interest than relax on opening an agency here. Okay, sir, I'll do it right away. Although, Li Zongtang said this, Sheng Zuanhui, who was in charge of running errands, knew that this matter was not easy. This time, banks from various countries had the same caliber, and it would be difficult to negotiate. But what can he do about this matter? He can only continue to grind on Li Zongtang's conditions. After seeing off Sheng Zuanhui, Li Zongtang glanced at Zhao Fudao. If Yashin feels something is wrong, can he speak out? As two people who have worked together for many years, they naturally know each other very well. Zhao Fu felt a little inappropriate in Li Zongtang's words to Sheng Zuanhui, so he hesitated to speak, but it was immediately obvious to him. Master Zongtang, this money is of great importance. Your Excellency delegates power to Xingsan like this. With Xingsan's temperament, it is definitely not a blessing. Zhao Fu said this in a subtle way. He just said directly that with Sheng Zuanhui's personality, he would definitely have someone else's hands when talking about borrowing money. And even before the loan was completed, the whole city was in turmoil. Regarding Zhao Fu's words, Li Zongtang smiled slightly. Does Yashin know that Hu Kailin, the supervisory censor, was fired 10 days ago? Who? Yashi was a member of Wen Shangshu. He had been biting Li Zongtang before, but he was suddenly opened. Whether it was done to him, or to appease him depends on how the heir interprets it. Zhao Fu said immediately after hearing this. What Dan Weng means is, that the imperial court is planning to appease us first, and then use this to cause trouble in the future. Li looked at him and said, the imperial court has always used me to be both ready and defensive. If I hadn't been lucky enough to invite foreign soldiers this time, I would have stumbled here. It's so difficult. Chapter 340 to the perfect plan. Li Zongtang has his own difficulties, but who doesn't have some difficulties? As the current top commander of the King Army in Shandong, Ding Rucheng is currently in a very difficult situation. The main reason for his difficulties is that he comes from the aide to the king's top commander, Lieutenant General Alvaro. Lieutenant General A, your idea is too radical. It won't work with adults at all. It won't work. Ding Rucheng didn't care about anything else, and kept making gestures that didn't work. There was no way to stop him from being anxious. Lieutenant General Alvaro came up with a jaw-dropping plan. As soon as he arrived, taking the 1st Guards Division, which had just ended the Shandong operation, as the main body, under the leadership of the fleet, they landed on Jeju Island, and occupied the island. Lieutenant General Alvaro has made a lot of preparations for this. He has a considerable understanding of the hydrological characteristics of Jeju Island, the number of troops stationed, the situation of the port, etc. Occupying Jeju Island can be described as a stroke of genius. At least that's how Lieutenant General Alvaro sees it. Because Jeju Island is located outside the Tsushima Strait, it is perfectly suitable to block the strait nearby and force the Japanese troops who landed in Liaodong and North Korea to the point where they are out of ammunition and food. It's just that after Lieutenant General Alvaro came up with this plan that satisfied him, Lieutenant General Ding kept saying that it was not feasible. Ding, there is nothing wrong with this. Occupying Jeju Island is much better than landing directly in Liaodong. We can even surround the 100,000 Japanese troops who landed. As a soldier, you cannot ignore this tempting result. However, no matter what Lieutenant General Alvaro said, Ding Rucheng always looked like he was incompetent, which made him very distressed. He even directly passed over the incompetent General Ding and reported directly to Prime Minister Li. I believe he will definitely do it. Support this great plan. Feeling that he was having a rough time with General Ding. Lieutenant General Alvaro stopped wasting words and returned directly to his ship. "That you're in, General. The minister is here. Invite him over quickly." Lieutenant General Alvaro, who had been depressed just now, immediately felt much better. "Lieutenant General Alvaro, long time no see, Minister." Whirlwind soon appeared in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Minister, why are you here? But do you need my help with anything?" Lieutenant General Alvaro's last words were not in vain, because in addition to participating in the Japanese war, the task force he led also cooperated with Minister Whirlwind to expand its influence in China. Faced with Lieutenant General Alvaro's inquiry, Whirlwind said with a smile, "There's nothing going on here this time. The main reason is to see our country's officers and soldiers after a bloody battle. At present, the young men are very good. They all maintain a good mental state, and the supplies are also good. The king people also sent them in time, except for some king generals, whose minds are like stones. Everything is so beautiful." Lieutenant General Alvaro couldn't help but complain after saying this, and as the minister, Whirlwind couldn't hear it and spoke directly. "What happened?" Lieutenant General Alvaro directly planned to land on Jeju Island and establish an absolute victory for the King dynasty. However, he was not recognized and told Minister Whirlwind at the end of the sentence. The Lieutenant General still couldn't help but say, "Do you think these king generals are as stiff-minded as rocks? No wonder they can't defeat the Japanese." Faced with Lieutenant General Alvaro's complaints, Whirlwind smiled. "I don't know if the minds of king generals are like stones, but if I were a king general, I would never accept your proposal." Why? Hearing this, Lieutenant General Alvaro became very curious, because this shouldn't be the case. As the minister of his country, couldn't he see the quality of this plan? "Because your plan did not take into account political risks, Minister." Jia directly named them. At present, the Japanese army has occupied the Haicheng and Liaoyang lines, and Fengshan City, which has a great political status, is about to be attacked by the Japanese army. At this time, you propose to occupy Jeju Island in an attempt to cut off the shipping from the Tsushima Strait and encircle the enemy. We will not. Whether it's reliable or not. How long does it take to complete the siege? Anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Lieutenant General, I can responsibly tell you that Prime Minister Lee told me that if we don't see our troops in Liaodong for half a month, it will be difficult for his troops to withstand the enemy's offensive. In fact, according to the observation of my personal emissary, the delay of the Japanese is mostly due to the poor road conditions and food and grass problems. The King army in the local area played a very small role. In addition to harming the local people, they ran away when the enemy attacked. No one is faster, but there is also an advantage. It is difficult for the advancing Japanese army to raise food and grass from the local area, even if they use some cruel methods. Your Excellency, you mean that the King government attaches great importance to Liaodong at present, and they will not agree to actions that cannot directly affect the battle in Liaodong? Yes, you got the answer right. Although your plan seems to have very good results, my intuition tells me that the bigger the appetite, the more cautious you need to be. Don't even think about making other moves without the support of the king people themselves. Minister Ja's words made Lieutenant General Alvaro pick up his plan again, take a look at it, and then put it down again. It seems that I have indeed underestimated the influence of politics, and when I think about it at this time, I feel that the plan is too good. Blocking that Tsushima Strait is a bit difficult for our own task force. The sea conditions of that Tsushima Strait are unknown. If we encounter complex sea conditions, it is difficult to say that we will be attacked by the enemy. In addition, even if that Tsushima Strait is blocked, Japanese ships can still sail from the Sea of Japan to ports in eastern North Korea for transportation. In addition to making it more difficult to supply, they also cannot trap the enemy. Therefore, after considering various difficult factors, the previous idea of occupying Jeju Island and trapping the enemy felt a little inappropriate. Because in the military, thinking about the best in everything is called being completely divorced from reality. Unexpectedly, I also made such a low-level mistake because I wanted to make a big contribution. If it hadn't been for Minister Ja's words, he would have been dazzled by victory and regarded the Japanese as waste. You must know that in the previous naval battle, he almost suffered a loss. It seems that the next priority is to reinforce the Liaodong Peninsula. I will study the choice of landing site. Seeing that Lieutenant General Alvaro was finally back on track, Minister Jia felt relieved. Otherwise he would have wanted to blurt out domestic instructions. In fact, it's nothing. I just don't want this war to end too early. After all, both the Italian Navy and the army still need to eat. Who dares to step forward and suck their rice bowls? It's just that what Minister Jia thought was actually done. But in Rome. Chapter 343 Behind the Scenes Deal. A new day in the city of Rome is no different from usual. As residents of Rome, apart from discussing the new prime minister at the beginning, the rest is the replacement of ministers. After all, talented people have emerged from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. But to the British Special Envoy Edward Grey, the man in front of him was the man in power, who was looking at the situation with a smile. Yes, Grey can become a diplomatic envoy at the age of 33. And he is considered a young and promising person in the UK. However, this person is not enough in front of me. After all, the Carlo I in front of him inherited the throne at the age of 14. Of course, as a special envoy this time, he was not here to discuss with Carlo, who was younger and more promising. Your Majesty Carlo, I'm here mainly because of the humanitarian disaster in the Far East. Well, when the Japanese had the upper hand, there was no humanitarian disaster in the Far East. When they faced defeat, this humanitarian disaster appeared, and it appeared too timely. Carlo had no intention of criticizing Envoy Grey for his double standards. After all, everyone was very good at this thing, and it was not a wise move to blame each other. Since there is a humanitarian disaster in the Far East, your special envoy should go to the Far East. Are you looking for the right place in Rome? Although it's hard to criticize, it's not wrong to mock him secretly. Facing the ridicule from King Carlo I, Envoy Grey didn't mind. After all, working in the diplomatic system, this was not even a small scene. Your Majesty is right. Originally I should have gone to the Far East, but given that many retired soldiers from your country participated in this war, I think it is necessary to listen to your country's attitude. It's our country's attitude that important. Your Majesty Carlo, London and I both believe that your country's attitude is the key to solving the humanitarian disaster in the Far East, so our country will definitely listen to your opinions. Every free lunch was secretly marked with a price. Italy's involvement in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1899 was certainly not for doing good deeds. The King people themselves were too weak, and the Japanese could not defeat Italy. So unknowingly, the leadership of this war has been transferred from Japan and King Dynasty to Italy. They can fight whenever they want and stop whenever they want. I think Italy is standing up to do good things. The British saw this very clearly, so they went directly to Rome to allocate their respective interests for the ongoing Far East War. Of course, more importantly, its strategy of containing Russia in the Far East cannot be broken. Then Japan, which was selected as a target for training, cannot be weakened. This is also the reason why the British Empire is willing to sit down and talk. As long as it can curb Russia's expansion, then everything else is a minor problem. It is better to let the two sides return to the state before the war. No, this war broke out because of North Korea, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, it is necessary to confirm the ownership of the Korean peninsula. Obviously, Special Envoy Grey was expressing the British Empire's attitude that Korea must be left to Japan, otherwise the purpose of containing Russia would not be achieved at all. We worrying too much about the ownership of North Korea. Faced with the intention behind Grey's words, Carlo resorted to procrastination. It was obvious that he did not want to acknowledge Japan's ownership of Korea, because containing Russia's development in the Far East has nothing to do with Italy, and it is not that Russia wants to break through Constantinople and enter the Mediterranean. Carlo's statement caused a flash of anger in Grey's eyes, and he spoke, "Your Majesty Carlo, regarding the issue of the ownership of North Korea, our country does not necessarily need your country's consent. You must know that many people in our country are quite dissatisfied with your country's involvement in this war in the Far East, especially in our diplomatic department. Already, There were many calls to sell the British Empire warships directly to Japan, and some people planned to start from the Suez Canal. However, in view of the good relations between our two countries, this call was suppressed by the Prime Minister. The British Empire is worthy of being a world power, and Gray's slightly threatening words made Carlo dare not test its edge point. He also knew that his intervention in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1894 had already caused the displeasure of the British Empire, and naturally he did not want to involve it. It is indeed a big issue that North Korea should be returned. We will respect your country's choice, although this is just a short sentence. It represents Carlo's submission and his acquiescence to the British Empire's choice. Carlo felt aggrieved at this time because the gap between Italy and the British Empire was too big for him to be angry. It can be said responsibly that Italy under his rule lacked everything except people. The Apennine Peninsula was not suitable for industrial development at all because all resources needed to be transported, except marble. Even if Italy is given 100 years to develop, it will not be able to catch up with the British Empire. Italy is in urgent need of coal and iron ore, and the most recent one is the Ruhr area. If you can't think of it, you will grab food from the German and French pots. Carlo's words made Gray relieved, and he did not want to have a dispute with Italy over this. After all, in the Mediterranean, the British Empire also had demand for Italy. But there was a price for letting Carlo give in, as he continued to talk about, but since our country is willing to make concessions to your country here, we need your country to support one of our proposals. What proposal? Gray did not dare to underestimate the Italian king in front of him, and asked him about his intentions vigilantly. It's nothing. Our country is participating in the war in the Far East. The main reason is to gain some benefits from the Qing dynasty after the war. I just need your country not to express any objection. Although Carlo spoke lightly, Gray was no rookie and still followed closely. What benefits does your country intend to gain? Interests in the railroad. As soon as Carlo mentioned the railroad, Gray dropped his guard. If it were another country, Carlo's proposal would immediately arouse Gray's vigilance. However, if you want to build a railway in the Qing dynasty, it will be extremely difficult, which is even more difficult than letting them open a concession. Take the Tangzhou Railway, the first railway in the Qing dynasty, for example. Even with Li Zongtang standing behind it, it failed due to opposition from conservative forces. The following year, in 1881, the Bureau of Mines reapplied for construction approval. It was built at Yerezamono Rail Light Railway, about 7.5 kilometers long. At first, donkeys and horses were used to pull sports cars, and in the second year, locomotives were used to pull them. The extension from Zhejiang to Yanzhuang near Lutazhuang began in 1886, and was completed the following year. It is more than 30 kilometers long, and is called Tanglu Railway. The following year it was extended to Xianjin, with an increase of more than 80 kilometers, and was called the Xianjingu Railway. As for the earlier Sanghu Railway, it was directly bought and demolished by the Qing government. This shows how difficult it was for the railway to develop in the Qing dynasty. It was not an easy task to get the Qing dynasty's consent to build a railway. Since Italy is willing to be a warrior who breaks precedent, how can the gentlemen of the British Empire not applaud it? No problem. The British Empire will definitely support your country's idea of promoting railway construction. Looking at the British envoy, who didn't know what he was thinking, how could Carlo express his inner thoughts to him? By the way, have you ever thought about getting an excellent port in the Qing dynasty? Our country believes that Weihui and Shandong or Lushan in Liaodong are good choices. Facing this question suddenly raised by the British envoy, Carlo sneered inwardly. What makes Italy different from other countries is that it has no concessions or spheres of influence. How could he let Italy make the same mistakes again? And look at the choices the British gave, Liaodong or Shandong. Didn't they want Italy to be ahead of Russia? It's a shame they thought of it. No need. Our country has no plans to obtain a port or sphere of influence in the Qing dynasty for the time being. That's such a shame. It doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. In distant Rome, two countries decided the outcome of the war in the Far East. This is too cruel for the soldiers of the two countries who are preparing for a bloody battle. What they paid for it was completely meaningless, but this is a reality. A weak country has no diplomacy is not just a sentence, but an unchanging axiom. Chapter 344 We Hey Guard Training. The two countries, Japan and King, who were calculated by Britain and Italy, were still fighting bloody battles for their respective forces in the Far East. A month after the war in Shandong subsided, new war broke out in Liaodong Point located in Haicheng near Liaoyang. This is the front line of the Japanese army in Liaodong. It was also the place where the 1st Guards Division started its first battle in Liaodong Point. The current 1st Guards Division is different from that in Shandong. It currently has 3 infantry regiments. The 4th Regiment was asked to guard the task force at Weihei, and Lieutenant General Alvaro was worried about the capabilities of the King Army. The difference from Shandong is that the artillery size of the 1st Guards Division continues to increase. At present, in addition to the Division's 72 small and medium caliber artillery pieces, there are also 55 large caliber artillery pieces, ranging from 120mm to 240mm, 240mm siege mortars, cannons, howitzers and other artillery pieces have been seen. It feels like the 1st Guards Division is about to become the 1st Guards Artillery Division, filled with all kinds of artillery. In fact, this is understandable. As long as the King people pay for it, the armies existing, and various types of artillery that are currently being developed, need to be tested. There is no more real scene than the battlefield, so this has also led to more and more artillery in the 1st Guards Division. Of course, if there are many artillery, they will be very capable in the subsequent battle. Those well-designed defenses by the Japanese army were reduced to ashes under the shadow of these artillery. In front of the inhumane 1st Guards Artillery Division, the Japanese army's own artillery was simply not enough. Not to mention that the Japanese army mostly has bronze cannons that are behind the times. These are imitations of Italian 70mm caliber mountain cannons, with a maximum range of only 3,000 and 5,000 meters. In the final analysis, the Japanese army stubbornly chose to make their own guns. Because they could not make their own gun steel, they had to make do with bronze guns. First point, the King army was defeated by the Japanese army whose weapons were inferior to its own, and he became the captain of the transportation brigade. However, when encountering the Italian army, the Japanese army's little possessions were not enough. Although the Japanese army also had a small number of long-range artillery, they were just a younger brother compared to Italy's huge long-range firepower. After several confrontations, the Japanese army's long-range artillery ceased its activity, and even the Japanese defenders knelt down in the face of the luxurious and seemingly free bombardment. The dense artillery shells filled with TNT explosives completely destroyed the Japanese positions. Then, under the cover of the Italian army, the King officers and soldiers roared and rushed towards the enemy position, where there were not many enemies left. Not to mention, after fighting several such battles in a row, the morale of the King army also improved. From the beginning, you can only deal with the remaining enemies, but now you can launch an attack on the enemy's position. Of course, this was done with the support of hundreds of artillery pieces of various types from the 1st Guards Division. Once away from these accurate artillery, the King officers and soldiers remained the same, feeling as if they were suffering from artillery dependence. However, regardless of whether the King army suffered from artillery dependence, the battle in Liaodong was proceeding in an orderly manner. The Italian King coalition forces are driving the Japanese army out of Liaodong step by step. Although it may take a long time, there is no doubt about the situation. Haven't you seen ammunition transport ships arriving from Italy to Shenzhen every week? This is a guarantee of victory. Although the Italian ammunition increased the price by 20% due to the urgent need and time constraints, the ammunition that arrived on time was indeed the guarantee for this war. Well, I need to say one more thing here. Half of the ammunition transport ships every week transport naval ammunition. The now recovered task force consumes a lot of ammunition every week. They need to patrol that Tsushima Strait on a routine basis. Ships passing through that Tsushima Strait are often seen shelling the ports on both sides of the strait. Basically every time they return, the ammunition on the ship was depleted. For this reason, the Navy also asked the transport ship to bring spare gun barrels, ready to replace the 356mm main gun barrel that is approaching the limit of use. Thanks to Italy's efforts, the 50 million taels of silver borrowed by Li Zongtang were consumed at a far faster rate than before. When the war can't be fought like this anymore. Zhao Fu, who rushed back to Xianjin from Lianadong, couldn't help but complain. As soon as he entered the governor's office, the army consumes thousands of artillery shells every day, and even tens of thousands in the event of a major war. Just transporting these artillery shells requires more than 10,000 civilians. Not to mention other materials, the civilian power outside the customs has been exhausted. If this continues, the money won't be enough. Well, Mr. Zhao's last sentence is the key. Think about how many grievances Li Zongtang suffered, and how many people secretly accused him, in order to borrow these 50 million taels of foreign debt. That's why Mr. Zhao was so anxious, because the money was spent too quickly. However, compared to Zhao Fu's impatience, Li Zongtang, the person involved, was much more leisurely. How much money do you consume every month now? The monthly consumption of personnel, food, ammunition, etc. in Lianadong requires nearly 4 million taels of silver. Li Zongtang nodded when he heard this, including the nearly 3 million taels of silver needed by Shandong. This month will be almost 7 million taels. The money on hand can be used for more than half a year. That's good. Seeing that the benefactor was not anxious at all, this did not make Mr. Zhao anxious. Sir, this kind of extravagance and waste must be stopped. So, what do you think we should do? The text requires the Italians to conserve ammunition. We can no longer afford the supply. What should I do if I don't care? If you ignore it, well, only then did Zhao Fu realize that they could not survive without Yiren's help. You know why I didn't ask, right? Now I, Liren, have invited Yiren to help me so that the court can take a high look. If I fall out with Yiren because of this, I will be in trouble in an instant. Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but said, for such a major national event, the Italians actually took advantage of it, making us unable to stop and cannot leave them. What a good plan. It's true to say that it's a calculation. This is just a process of calculating against each other. I'm not good enough, and there's nothing to say if I can't calculate the other side. Now I can only hope that this battle won't be too ugly. It was obvious that Li Zongtang had a clear mind and knew that there was no way he could solve this matter. Everything depends on the expressions of the Italians, but at that time the only ones who could save him were the Italians. Even if it was poison, he had to drink it. But beyond that, he also saw hope. Li Zongtang took out a booklet and spread it out. Yuan Weiting is not bad. He has a sharp mind and knows how to read and listen. This doesn't give me the idea of using Western style military training methods to train a new type of army. Master Zhao certainly knows about Yuan Xiangcheng. As a person whom the Lord is optimistic about, how can he forget about it? Besides, the two of them also work together in Shandong. What are you thinking about, Weiting? I don't know either. I heard that he has won over a general of the Italian army in Wihei and is willing to teach him all the training methods of the Italian Forbidden Army. This is not bad. There is such an opportunity. So, I thought, let's train a group of troops according to the Western style army organization first, and let me wait and see the results. Your Excellency is wise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 New Army Seedlings. Yuan, who attracted Li Zongtang's attention, has not yet started his military training because the preparations are not sufficient. Although he was much better than when he started training in history, he still lacked the most important thing. As a vital officer in the army, he had none. That's right. Now that Mr. Yuan has received the care of Li Zongtang, he now has guns, cannons, money, and food. According to the Hui Army's own method, find a few of your own people to watch, and the soldiers can be trained. But now that Mr. Yuan wants to train a new Western army, this method will not work. However, thanks to the help of his newly acquainted brother Cossents, Lieutenant Colonel Cossents, as a senior officer in the guards, used his power to provide him with great convenience. Apart from anything else, when he lacks basic officers, he can make arrangements to train his people first. At least he must know how to train these soldiers, Lieutenant Colonel Yuan. These people you sent are completely blank slates. They are seriously lacking in tactical and military concepts. If you want to make them qualified officers, it will take at least several years. Outside a temporarily converted classroom, Cosenz was complaining with his friend Yuan Xiangcheng about the poor quality of the officers he sent to study. As for the classroom, Major Liu Cheoxan Liu, who was wearing an Italian military uniform, was explaining Italian military drills and daily regulations to the people below who were dressed in King Army uniforms. These people were taking notes on Major Liu's words. Young Master Liu also looked helpless. Even though these people look so enterprising, as long as they ask questions, they have to look at their notes before answering. What's the use of just taking rote notes without any understanding of your own point? That's right. Although Liu Cheoxan himself didn't have the best grades at the Italian military academy, he could at least understand what the teacher was explaining, and he couldn't care less about taking notes. As soon as he started point outside the door, Mr. Yuan could only smile helplessly at Cosenz's words. People from the University of Science and Technology, there is nothing I can do about it. Our country is currently very short of officers who have systematically studied Western military theories. Why don't we let your Chinese officers take over first, and then we can talk about other things after my officers have learned the same skills. Facing Cosenz's words, Mr. Yuan immediately started to quibble. Mr. Yuan was very covetous of the Chinese officers of the 4th Regiment of the 1st Guards Division. Although these people had abandoned the people and lacked the favor of the court, they had systematically studied Western military concepts, and this alone was worthy of his attention. Moreover, the lack of favor and prestige is not a big deal. The high-ranking officials and generous salaries are very tempting to say to these abandoned people. Mr. Yuan, is confident in winning over these Chinese officers. Of course, if you want to target these Chinese officers, Yuan waiting alone is not enough. The Italian attitude behind it is crucial. Yuan still has some self-awareness. It is best for Mr. Liu Xiangcheng to come forward. He does not have such a big show. Yuan, who is not confident in his appearance, certainly does not know his weight in the hearts of some people. Of course, if Li Xiangcheng is not invited to come forward, the news may be terminated before it reaches anyone's ears. These are all things for later, and the only one who can help Mr. Yuan at the moment is Lieutenant Colonel Cosenz. As for Yuan's sophistry, Cosenz could only reply, Yuan, I know your thoughts, but this matter is beyond my scope. I must report it to Lieutenant General Alvaro. As for whether Lieutenant General Alvaro has the power to agree to it, I don't know. I can only guarantee that I can choose to ignore what you are doing now. Of course, I think you also know that some things must be answered before you can continue, right? Yes, some things must wait for your country's reply before they can be implemented. I can assure you of this. Facing Cosenz's implicit words, Mr. Yuan immediately patted his chest in assurance. In fact, he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Cosenz because of this. They were all incompetent bastards. You just listen to the lecture, but for some reason, he secretly wooed the instructor on behalf of Yuan and gave him some random official positions, but he was reported. These useless things only caused trouble for him. If it weren't for the fact that they were all good sons brought out by the Yuan family, he would have had to punish them with 1 or 2 Mingzhengdian punishments. These bastards didn't know that the sky was high and the sky was high, so they almost framed him and Yuan for being unkind and unjust. After Cosenz looked at Mr. Yuan, he didn't care whether he was sincere or not, as long as he didn't go too far. This is the regiment level organization plan I prepared, based on the establishment of the Guards Division and your needs. Please take a look at it. Facing the establishment plan proposed by Cosenz, Yuan Wheating felt like he had found a treasure. Thank you for your hard work. I, Yuan, will remember this kindness. This time Master Yuan really expressed his sincere thanks. Master Xiangcheng had granted him a quota of 3,000 soldiers. Yuan naturally wanted to show off his skills in front of the boss as soon as possible. However, he is currently short of manpower in all aspects, and he has no idea how to train these people, so he naturally thought of Brother Ken. Since you are all begging for help, then begged to the end point, and Cossens finally came up with this organization, after making some changes, based on the Guards Division organization and some actual conditions in the Far East Point. There is nothing to say. The regiment level formation Cossens designed for Mr. Ewan is more like a shrunken independent regiment point. It consists of 3 infantry battalions, an artillery battalion, a reconnaissance cavalry company, an engineer company, and a logistics battalion point. The basic infantry battalion has 4 company level combat units. Each company has 3 platoons. 50x3 plus 10 cooking squads plus chief and deputy company commanders plus 2 messengers, and each platoon has 4 squads, 12x4 plus 2. Each squad has 12 people, so an infantry battalion has 700 people. The artillery battalion, according to Cossens's design, will be equipped with 12 57-75mm mountain field guns, equipped with a mountain gun battery, a field gun battery, and a transport company, with nearly 400 people in the entire battalion. As for the cavalry company and the engineer company, they are both in normal formation. There are more than 100 cavalry and more than 100 engineers, which is more than 200 people. As for the logistics camp, calling it a camp is actually a bit too much. There are more than 200 people, mainly various types of power-charged vehicles. The entire battalion was equipped with 2 squads of infantry guards, which was too weak. Of course, Cossens has something to say. The main consideration for this establishment is to perform tasks domestically. The logistics pressure is not great and there is no need for too many logistics troops. In fact, the more substantial problem is that Master Yuan is very stuck in the establishment of 3,000 people, so after considering the pros and cons of all parties, it is reasonable for the logistics staff to be cut. Very good, very good. Master Yuan sighed with joy after reading the detailed compilation. Although Mr. Yuan still doesn't understand why the cooks should be included in the main ranks, since it is done in Western military art, it certainly makes sense. By the way, Yuan, the weapons you need will be shipped to Weihai tomorrow. You need to send someone to receive them. Cossens's words made Lieutenant Colonel Yuan even more ecstatic. Now that we have the officers and weapons, we only need soldiers, and then we can start training the new army. Of course, Mr. Yuan is not in a hurry about the new soldiers. The people he sent to recruit new soldiers have already rushed to various prefectures in Shandong. Shandong is not at peace today, and the disaster is not small. He, Mr. Yuan, offers the soldiers a monthly salary of 5 taels, which is quite generous. Since he was paid heavily, he couldn't recruit anyone. Not to mention, it is not ordinary to take advantage of Yuan's salary. In addition to being a good family member who is not allowed to smoke opium and is in good health, he must also be literate. Therefore, Master Yuan's food and salary are not delicious, but he is somewhat capable of eating. Of course, Mr. Yuan's military training in Shandong could not affect the progress of this war. Soldiers from Japan and Qing Dynasty were still fighting. Chapter 346 Railway Road Construction Rights, Part 1. After the war, the governor's yamen in Tianjin became even more lively, and more officials lined up at the door waiting to be received. This is enough to show that Li Zongtang's power is becoming more and more important. Otherwise, why would those officials wait in long lines? However, outsiders only saw the beauty of Li Zongtang, and no one knew about his troubles. Yashin, have you raised enough money? In the governor's office, Li Zongtang asked his most trusted confidant, Governor Zhao Fu. Mr. Zhao has now been promoted to governor of Shandong. However, since Li Zongtang can't live without Mr. Zhao now, this can only be regarded as remote leadership. Of course, regardless of whether Mr. Zhao is going to take office or not, can Shandong be able to escape the control of the Hui army? Facing Li Zongtang's urging, Zhao Fu said quickly, Dong Weng, you are in urgent need. Xingsan and others are already working hard to raise funds. So far, they have raised more than 2.3 million taels of silver. Too little, Li Zongtang interrupted Mr. Zhao. Yashin, you know that we still owe Italy more than 8 million taels of silver. Minister Jia has arrived in Tianjin, and is bound to ask about this money. How do you want me to reply? Mr. Zhao is certainly aware of Li Zongtang's difficulties, but it is indeed extremely difficult to raise money now. Xingsan, Shengzuan Hui, who is responsible for raising money, has complained to him more than once that it is difficult to raise money now. His legs were broken, and he found only this little money. It was really difficult to fulfill his request of 8 million taels. I hope that for the sake of his colleagues, he will put in a good word for himself in front of the knave point, of course, just based on Sheng Zuanhuo's words. He, Zhaofu, was not so trustworthy. He had also inquired and found that it was indeed difficult to raise money at the beginning of this year in the previous battles with the Japanese. Money had been raised many times, but now everyone was so tight that they really couldn't repay Li Zhantang point, and more importantly, as the war subsided, it was not possible to use the tax money first. The court also acted like eating grain and waiting for the tax money to be taken away. In addition, after the battle, the various departments of the Hui army should give rewards to the other armies of the Hui army that participated in the war. This also requires money. Zhaofu didn't even have time to tell Zhantang about these messy things. Just when Mr. Zhao was about to speak, a servant suddenly came to report that Minister Jia was at the door. Please come in quickly. No, open the middle door. I will go there myself. Following Li Zhantang's words, the middle door of the governor's yamen was slowly opened, and with a smile on his face, Li Zhantang happily walked towards Jia Liwen, who was waiting outside the door. Ha 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 ha, I kept Mr. Jia waiting for a long time. Facing Li Zhantang, who went out to greet him in person. How could Jia Liwen, who had been a minister in the Far East for many years, not know what he was thinking? He immediately responded with the same enthusiastic smile. I apologize for disturbing you, Lord Zhantang. No need to disturb me. This is a distinguished guest who has come to make me shine. Please come in quickly. The group of people quickly arrived at the living room. After the servants brought tea, Minister Jia quickly expressed his intention. I heard that Your Excellency Zhantang is short of money recently. As soon as Jia Liwen opened his mouth, Zhaofu, who was accompanying him, felt his heart sink. He was afraid of something happening. Although these words caused Zhaofu's uneasiness, who was Li Zhantang, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, since this is all hearsay, it must be wrong. Although our Hui army has just finished the war, it is impossible to lack money and food. Without the money from your army, I will ask someone to give it to you tomorrow. It's over. After all, Li Zhantang was Li Zhantang, and he never took the money owed to Italy seriously. In his words, he acted quite wealthy and did not notice the impatience of Mr. Zhao behind him. Although Jia Liwen didn't know where Li Zhantang's confidence came from, he had already figured out his trump card, but he knew that his subordinate Sheng Zuanhui was raising funds everywhere. Of course, Jia Liwen's visit this time was not to expose Li Zhantang. He didn't have that spare time. Your Excellency Zhantang, I believe you have misunderstood the purpose of my visit this time. I'm not here to collect money. I heard that you are short of money. I have an idea that can increase your country's income. Jia Liwen's words surprised Li Zhantang and Mr. Zhao. Isn't Minister Jia here to ask for financial reform and open a charity? But regardless of whether Minister Jia means what he said, there's no harm in listening. So Li Zhantang said happily, since your minister is so thoughtful, I'm all ears. Seeing Li Zhantang looking for advice, Jia Liwen immediately spoke. I wonder how much Your Excellency Zhantang knows about railways. No. Something. How could Li Zhantang not know about the railway Jia Liwen mentioned? You must know that the Xianjingu railway currently in operation could only be built with Li Zhantang's support. He made a statement more than 10 years ago and believed that the 7 provinces in the South and North Oceans must be united as one to respond to China Unicum. What's more, when something goes wrong, the military situation can change rapidly. There are inland trains and railways, and troops are stationed nearby. When the police hear the news, they rush to help, and they can travel hundreds of miles a day, so the commander-in-chief will not miss anything. Yes, Li Zhantang was optimistic about the future of railways from a military perspective. But this does not affect Jia Liwen's next words. Your Excellency Zhantang, the railway can not only transport troops in wartime, but also transport goods and passengers on weekdays. As far as I know, the Xianjingu railway currently in operation is mainly for cargo transportation, and it can earn 30,000 yuan for the railway company every year. 2 more silver profits. I know this, as For what Jia Liwen said, Li Zongtang certainly knew, and he knew even more. This was after deducting the profit from others. If added, it would be at least more than 50,000 taels. The interest rate of this railway is very good. It is a source of wealth. But Minister Jia said this is not, because he intends to let Li Zongtang build the railway, right? He still owes a lot of money. Where does he get the money? Seeing Li Zongtang's suspicious eyes, Jia Liwen said immediately, our country believes that, if your country wants to open up the country, railway construction is definitely a great weapon. For example, build a railway from Guangzhou in your country through Changsha, Wuhan, Beijing to Shenzhen, or from Beijing to the north and south, Beijing-Guangzhou line. The end point is changed to Shenzhen. It will definitely be profitable. Hearing this, Li Zongtang and Mr. Zhao both laughed. Minister Jia really dared to think that the money needed for these thousands of miles of railways was not to mention. If he didn't have 30 to 40 million taels of silver as a base, he wouldn't be able to do it. Open your mouth. Even with this money, Liu didn't think he had the ability to deal with the officials of the various political parties and let them sell his face point. So Li Zongtang said immediately, Minister Jia was joking. Although this railway is good, it is thousands of miles from Guangzhou to Shenzhen. It is too urgent and is not conducive to construction. Chapter 343 is banned. There are too many bans and I don't want to change it. Book friends who want to read can read the pirated version. Am I encouraging everyone to read the pirated version? Chapter 347 Railway Road Construction Rights, Part 2. Li Zongtang's words clearly meant that Jia Liwen was having a whim. As for Li Zongtang's accusation, Jia Liwen was not angry at all. As long as it could benefit the kingdom, he could dance for Li Zongtang on the table. Your Excellency Zongtang, it is actually very simple to promote this matter. As long as your court agrees, then the construction of the railway will not be a problem. Seeing that Jia Liwen did not give up and continued to persist, Li Zongtang felt that it was necessary to give up this idea. Minister Jia, it is extremely difficult to get the court to agree to build a railway. Many officials in our country still follow the tradition. They are unwilling to see the emergence of new things like railways, especially in the court. I have already worked hard to build a 160-mile-long Shenzhen railway. It is simply impossible for the imperial court to agree to a large railway running from north to south. Faced with Li Zongtang's experience, Jia Liwen would not give up. You must know that this task is of great importance. The Prime Minister and the King are paying close attention to it, which will directly affect his career. Li Zongtang, according to the old saying in your country, it all depends on manpower. The construction of the railway is of great benefit to your country. Although there are objections, I believe people who know it can see it clearly. Jia Liwen then took out his trump card. If your country refused to build the railway before, because it was unclear about the interests in this area, and now it refuses, because of the obstruction of conservative officials, but I believe that your Excellency Zongtang, as well as your Emperor and the Empress Dowager are enlightened, and know our country's sincerity. As he spoke, Jia Liwen took out a document from his briefcase, and handed it to Li Zongtang. Your Excellency Zongtang, our country's sincerity is here. I believe this will help your country improve the accuracy of its judgment. Li Zongtang took the document and looked at it immediately. The first condition of the document surprised him. Is your country planning to jointly build a railway with our country? What surprised Li Zongtang was that he knew that seeking the right to build railways had other purposes, such as the right to mine minerals for 20 kilometers along the railway line, and the right to garrison troops. The King Court was not a fool, and of course it did not want other countries to do so. The great powers use the railway to extend their reach to various places along the route, so they strongly opposed it. In addition, railway construction requires borrowing, and the interest is not cheap, which also puts pressure on the King government's finances. In the document presented by Minister Jia, Italy had already considered it. In the name of Italian Railways, it would seek cooperation with the King government to jointly establish the Qing Dynasty Railway Corporation. Italy would spend 1,500 yuan to invest 10,000 taels of silver. You only need to occupy 49% of the shares of the Qing Railway Company. The Qing government does not need to pay It only needs to provide land to occupy 25% of the shares. The remaining 26% of the shares will be sold in the king market. People by point it can be said that the king government could obtain a railway company with a market value of more than 30 million taels without paying a penny. How could this kind of direct profit be rejected by the king government, which was under huge financial pressure? Even if there are conservative officials, they will be blocked by others who want to profit. After all, how can those 26% of the shares really fall into the hands of the people? Officials at all levels can carve them up. Of course, for Italy to come up with such a document, it all comes from a man whose memory is hereafter. He knows very well what is taboo in this era, and it is not difficult to prescribe the right medicine. Your Excellency Zhang, this document has made it very clear. After receiving Jia Liwen's affirmation, Li Zhangtang continued reading. It's amazing to read this. This document is even bolder than what Minister Jia said. The newly formed Daking Railway Company must have the road construction rights for what Minister Jia called Xianjin Guangzhou or Beijing Guangzhou Railway, Xianjin Puzhou Railway, Langhei Railway, and Nanjing Shanghai Hangzhou Railway. To this end, the Kingdom of Italy is willing to donate an arms quota worth 10 million taels of silver and 5 million taels of cash. Silver. Li Zhangtang was jealous of such a generous gift. Of course, as the main force of the domestic army, the Hui army can also share a lot of profits. Zhao Fu looked at this generous gift and swallowed. As for Li Zhangtang, he pointed to a section of the document and said, "It is a bit difficult to build a road on the Jinpu line. It is related to the water transportation of the imperial court, and there will be criticism in the court." Yes, Li Zhangtang has changed his attitude from refusing at the beginning to making suggestions for Jia Liwen. And the water transportation he was referring to was related to the interests of many people in the capital. Yes, even though Jiangnan materials can now be transported by sea, interests dictate that the annual water transportation still proceeds as scheduled. Boating on the canal in autumn brought grain and rice to the capital. It provided food and clothing for more than 100,000 people, and was also the source of income for many powerful people in the capital. However, the construction of the Jinpu Line Railway will definitely hinder it. Faced with Li Zhangtang's words, Jia Liwen immediately replied, "Your Excellency Zhangtang, can you convert these inland water works into road construction workers? Solve their livelihood first, and for the nobles who receive the benefits, can you exchange them for railway stocks?" Jia Liwen's words seemed to have been worked hard, and he planned to lure him with benefits. After listening, Li Zhangtang nodded. The method is good, but there are still several problems that need to be solved. Well, Li Zhangtang began to fill in the gaps. After solving these problems one by one, Li Zhangtang asked a question. "Mr. Jia, I really don't have the confidence to promote such a grand railway construction with my own efforts." "What?" Li Zhangtang said is not nonsense. The road construction rights of these railways in the hands of the Daking Railway Company, which has not yet disappeared. Anyone with a little discernment will know how tempting it is. Such a huge benefit is difficult for him to rely on alone. Faced with Li Zhangtang's worries, Jia Liwen replied, "Please rest assured, Li Zhangtang, of course our country will not let you succeed alone. I have discussed it with the governor of Liangjiang Zhang Zedong and the governor of Huguang Tan Jixin, Tan Sitting's father, and they will definitely agree. In addition, Li Zhangtang's brother Governor Li also believes I'll agree too." At this time, Zhang Zedong was transferred to Liangjiang because of Liu Qunai's death from illness. He also supported the construction of the railway. However, if he wanted to make a public statement, Jia Liwen promised that when the railway was built, he would purchase steel from the Hanyang Iron Works. With help from Italy, the problem of excessive sulfur content in Dazi iron mine was finally solved. A desulfurization equipment was added. As Zhang Zedong's political achievement, Hanyang Iron Works, which has been losing money, is his heartache. If he can get the order from the railway company in advance, he is naturally willing to help. Not to mention that the railway will also connect to 3 towns in Wuhan and Nanjing, which is currently under his rule. As for Tan Jixin, who has a very bad relationship with Zhang Zedong, it is equally easy to handle. Although he is old-fashioned, he has a good impression of Italy, which helps the court fight. After Jia Liwen's repeated visits, Governor Tan agreed as for Li Zhang's brother Li Hanzhang. Li Dao is very capable, but his biggest ability is greed. There were several famous corrupt officials among the Huai clique, and someone made up a formula, saying, Tu Zhang Ying stole, Liu Bingzhang looted, Pan Dingxin cheated, but Li Hanzhang did it in the right way. 2. Liu and Pan were all involved in corruption and bribery. They were shameless and clumsy in asking for money, so they were looked down upon by others. However, Hanzhang was praised as a gentleman, loves money, and gets it in a good way. It can be seen that a thief also has a good way. This sentence is really not said casually. 1 year, on Hanzhang's birthday, a man named Yang gave him a gift of 10,000 taels. Yang was originally the cook of Li Hanzhang's family. He had accumulated military merits and was guaranteed to be an admiral. However, he only had an empty title and no actual duties. I heard that the Li family was rich. The master can arrange to fill the vacancy and quickly collect enough money to come to Guangzhou to run an official position. Without saying a word, Hanzhang appointed him as an imperial defense commander. When Yang arrived, he inquired about it and found out that the monthly salary of this position was only 300 yuan and there was no money or money to recover the investment. It would take at least 3 years and the rate of return was so low. If he had known what kind of official he would be, Yang went to the governor's house to complain. When Hanzhang heard this, he cursed idiot and ignored him, asking his servant to enlighten him. The doorman called him aside and said, "My lord asked you to be an official, but he didn't ask you to live on a salary. Don't you have so many supervisory positions under you? Let me tell you, now you want to be a supervisory person, but the sea is gone. Can't your realm head be enlightened?" After hearing this, Yang realized the truth and returned to the camp. He fired all existing supervisors and bid for all vacant positions. In a few days, not only the cost was recovered, but also a net profit of 3,000. There were many people like Yang who paid bribes to buy officials, but Hanzhang allowed them to not lose money, thus gaining the reputation of getting them in the right way. Hanzhang was also able to compare his feelings with his own. In his 30 years as an official, he had never accused anyone of being greedy and cruel. He was nicknamed Buddha in the official world. Li Day's greed has gone beyond the realm of greed. Okay, enough gossip. After getting Jia Liwen's guarantee, Li Zhangtang made a plan. He first requested funding from the imperial court on the grounds that the armies suffered heavy losses after the war and needed to be replenished. Li Zhangtang's request was naturally rejected by Wang Shangshu. Later, Li Zhangtang requested funding from the court on the grounds that he still owed 8 million taels to Italian foreign soldiers. This involved borrowed foreign soldiers, so Wang Shangshu naturally did not dare to reject it like this. He could only find a way to allocate 5 million taels after several wranglings, and asked Li Zhangtang to raise 3 million taels himself. At this time, after receiving the news, all the King army troops immediately went into an uproar, shouting that the court was unfair, and demanding that one should not favor one over another. If it were in the early and mid-Qing dynasty, this kind of behavior would immediately lead to suppression. But today is different from the past, and now the court does not dare to bear the reputation of being unkind. We can only ask Wang Shangshu to allocate funds, but now Wang Shangshu has no money. The money is all in Li Shu's hand, so Wang Shangshu, who can't get the money, is in trouble. At this time, Minister Jia Liwen stood up. Since the Qing dynasty caused such an incident due to money problems, Italy felt a little sorry. The money should be given to your country's army. Italy does not want it. The Qing court was greatly appreciated by everyone in the Qing dynasty for being so considerate in the face of Italy. At this time, Li Zhangtang stood up and expressed his position. Italy is so upright and is so kind to our country, so we can't help but express our opinions. Li Zhangtang's words also attracted praise from the whole court. Even the Queen Mother said that such a kind and friendly friend cannot be let go. Okay, now I just ask you what the Italians want. Minister Jia Liwen later said that the Qing government was already heavily in debt due to the war, and Italy did not need the money. I just hope to build a railway with the Qing dynasty and get some benefits subsequently. The regulations for the establishment of the Qing Railway Company that had been prepared long ago were given to the Qing court. This Italian request shocked the Qing court, not because it was too much, but because they did not expect that there would be powers that respected the court so much. I'm willing to transfer more than half of the shares in this railway company to the imperial court. Although more railway lines have been prepared, the money and food consumed will not be small. But who dares to criticize at this time? I didn't see that the governors of Liangjiang, Huguang and Guangdong and Guangxi were all expressing support, and some people in Beijing also agreed. So in August 1895, the decision was made about the Qing government and Italy to jointly establish the Qing Railway Company. The Daking Railway Company, which was listed a few days later, was also very proud. In just 7 days, it announced that it would build the Luguangdong Railway, Jinpu Railway, Longhai Railway, and Ning-Shanghai Hangzhou Railway running through the north and south point. No matter how the people of the Qing dynasty viewed the feat of the Qing Railway Company, the envoys from other countries in the Qing dynasty were going crazy. Italy alone took away the right to build railways from the Qing dynasty, which was a huge benefit. It can now be said that as long as Italy is willing to transfer its shares in the Qing Dynasty Railway Company, it can easily gain hundreds of millions of taels of silver. Ministers from various countries are now flocking to the Qing court to change this decision. But they all failed. The Qing court insisted that the signed agreement could not be changed. Therefore, all countries that felt that Italy had taken away a large piece of delicious cake naturally had various thoughts. I didn't check. I'm so sleepy. Chapter 348 Redistribution. King Carlo, your country's behavior in the Far East has made London very confused. Our government specially asked me to ask whether your country's behavior means that it is unwilling to abide by the agreements of the Far East countries. Or in other words, your country wants to seek unique to some special interests of the Qing dynasty. When the British ambassador Holly Manderson said this, his eyes stared at Carlo rather unreasonably, as if he wanted to detect some small changes in this face. But it's a pity that the Italian's expression did not change at all, but instead spoke slowly. Ambassador Manderson, is this what your government and Prime Minister mean? Yes, Your Majesty Carlo, our government and Prime Minister are very disappointed with your country's promotion of railway construction in the Far East. They believe that the lack of technical support from the British Empire will make it take many detours. It sounds so nice, but to put it bluntly, it's not just about seeking benefits. Of course, Carlo also knew that Italy was quite unkind in monopolizing the Qing railway interests. This has aroused dissatisfaction from various countries, especially the British, who have benefited the most. They are very angry about this. Let's put it this way, the British in the Far East are wary of Italy, second only to Russia, which currently needs global containment from London. Because the benefits Italy gained from the Qing dynasty were almost approaching those of Britain, which had been deeply cultivated for a long time. What do you want the UK to think? I developed this place first, and everyone else followed the agreement. The unruly Italians took advantage of the shortcomings of the agreement to embezzle and expand their interests in the Qing dynasty. Even if that's the case, you actually dare to interfere with the British Empire's plans in the Far East. Although you use the excuse of being given more by the Qing people, who doesn't know that you are expanding your influence in the Qing country in disguise. All these manifestations have put the UK on the verge of an outbreak. Next, you tried to seize the railway benefits that were coveted by all countries, and you scooped them all into your own bowl without leaving a bite for anyone else. If this thing can still be tolerated, number 10 Downing Street should be renamed, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would be more suitable. Therefore, this time Ambassador Manderson was so confident that he was so strong-willed. Ambassador Manderson, your country has actually misunderstood our country. Our country does not have the idea of monopolizing the interests of the Qing Railway. This is just the idea of maximizing interests among diplomats, which has caused the current result. Facing the tough British ambassador, Carlo couldn't stand up. Carlo was not afraid of the British ambassador, but was afraid of the British Empire behind him. Yes, Carlo is scared, because he knows that, although Italy has developed well in recent years, let alone the United Kingdom, even France next door cannot compare. No matter in terms of economy, military, or influence, Italy cannot compare with France, let alone Britain, which holds world hegemony. So there is no shame in being cowardly. Even if Carlo had memories of his past life, he would not be able to make Italy rival Britain in more than 10 years. Not to mention Britain being able to rival France within 20 or 30 years is the result of the efforts of the Italians. There is no way that the foundation is too poor and the local area lacks coal and iron mines. No matter how hard Carlo tries, it will be useless. It is not an exaggeration to describe Italy's industrial development with half the effort. So even Italy, which was pretty good during the Renaissance, couldn't keep up after entering the industrialization era. The guarantee from Carlo also made Manderson excited. After all, after so many years in Italy, it was not easy to see the Italian king give in. Since His Majesty said so, then your diplomats must have realized their mistake. I hope that the next meeting with your diplomats will lead to a satisfactory result. Well, Ambassador Manderson, who just gave up when he was ready, still understood people's hearts very well. After getting the desired result, he was ready to leave immediately. As for how much share Britain should have in the King Railway Company, this was a matter between him and the Roman government. No one dares to steal their share of the British Empire, and he is very confident about this. After Ambassador Manderson left, Carlo picked up the phone on his desk and thought about it before putting it down. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Prime Minister Antonio and Foreign Minister Boccona to come together. Your Majesty, have you agreed to the British request? The two important ministers expressed their intentions simply and directly. Yes, I promise the British to share the benefits of the King Railway. Before that, I was blinded by the benefits, but in the end I did not see the dangers faced. With Carlo's rare admission of error, Antonio and Boccona looked at each other and said in unison, Your Majesty, this matter is not limited to you. In fact, we also have a reason. I don't have a thorough understanding of Italy's complicated situation in the King dynasty. These are the words of Prime Minister Antonio. I didn't take into account the reaction of various countries in this. This was my mistake. These are the words of Foreign Minister Boccona. And these days, the ambassadors of Germany and Austria have come to me many times to discuss the King dynasty's railway interests. It's the same here. Ambassadors from various countries have almost crossed the threshold of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs just because of the King dynasty's railway interests. I have asked some experts before, based on the conditions along the announced railway lines, population distribution and other factors, they believe that if the currently established King Railway Company can complete the construction of the announced railways, it will be able to earn at least 50 million lire in profits every year. Of course, some additional benefits cannot be calculated, such as the discovery of mineral resources along the route. However, the investment is also high, and it is indeed difficult for our country to bear it alone. According to the currently announced railway line, at least 150 million taels of silver are needed to complete its construction. The total investment of the Luhan line is 43.49 million taels of silver, and the construction cost per kilometer is 35,000 taels of silver. This, converted into lira, requires at least 800 million lira. This is not a small amount at all, even for Italy. Based on a construction period of 10 to 15 years, at least 80 million lire will be invested every year. Therefore, under the pressure of various countries, Carlo, the Prime Minister, and others felt the need to share some of the burden. Well, this is all rhetoric. Only if we can monopolize the benefits of the railway will the devil let us go. This doesn't mean you have to let go. It's better to find one or two reasons first. Since we cannot monopolize railway interests, some things need to be done in advance. The shares we purchased in King will be combined after we sell some to other countries. We must ensure our country's best interests in the King Railway Company, as you command, Your Majesty. The two important ministers are not fools, and of course they know how to keep Italy's share. After giving up some of its shares, Italy no longer had to hide the shares it purchased from the King dynasty. There are too many players entering, so there is no need to hide their strength, especially since Italy is not a strong side here. And Boccona then said, at present, although we must let go of more than half of our interests in the Far Eastern Railway, we may be able to regain some in the Balkans. Following the decision by Carlo, the Prime Minister and others, the dispute over the King Railway Company finally subsided. Italy paid 50 million taels of silver to give up 29% of its shares in the King Railway Company, and Britain, France, Germany, Russia, the United States, and Austria shared 13%, 8%, 3%, 2.5%, 2%, and 0.5% respectively. Of course, in addition to taking shares from Italy, various countries also searched for railway company stocks in the King dynasty. However, no country collects as much as Italy, with a share of 2.4%, which is the highest among the others. This adds up to a share of 22.4%. It can be said that apart from the Ministry of Accounts, he is the largest shareholder, and most of the interests are still retained. The dispute over the King Railway Company came to an end with Italy's concessions. Although some people may feel dissatisfied, the situation of groups attacking was alleviated. And in addition to the Far East, other places also attract the attention of the great powers. This is especially true in the Balkans. Chapter 349 Turkish-Greek War. In 1895, the Austrian Macedonian region was caught in a wave of protests. Demonstrations demanding autonomy took place in Ptolemy, Thessaloniki, Ser and other places one after another. As many as 50,000 local people participated in the demonstrations. If you pay attention, you will find that the people in these demonstrations are basically Greeks. It's obvious who is behind this. Sure enough, a week after the demonstrations, Greece sent a note to the Ottomans, asking them to respect the wishes of the people in Austrian Macedonia and grant them autonomy. Faced with Greece's rude request, the Ottoman Empire refused on the spot. Greece naturally knew that it could not achieve its goal by relying on words, so on August 1, 1895, it declared war on the Ottoman Empire. Little Greece dared to face the Ottoman Empire. Who gave them the courage? Greeks all over the world raised more than £1.6 million in war funds for the Kingdom of Greece, especially Greeks in the United States, who contributed 40% of the donation. Britain and France also sold a sum of arms to it behind the scenes, especially the two 10,000-ton battleships Trafalgar and Nile, which gave Greece an absolute advantage at sea. Well, to be fair, in addition to the Greeks themselves, and Britain and France behind them, Italy and Bulgaria also gave some courage. That's right, Italy and Bulgaria. Due to the poor performance of the Ottoman army in the two countries' previous battles with the Ottomans, Greece had a feeling that I could do whatever I wanted. Of course, in addition to this feeling, there are also some actual situations that make the Greeks think they have a chance of winning. The reason is that the Ottoman garrison in Macedonia is currently very awkward. Since they only have a narrow coastal strip in their hands, the Ottomans dare not place too many troops in Austrian Macedonia. They are afraid that Bulgaria will cut off Austrian Macedonia with a single charge like the last war connection with the local area. So there is currently only one Macedonian army with more than 50,000 people. That's right. Osman believes that the number one threat in the Balkans is Bulgaria, which he suffered badly last time. Therefore, in order to deal with the threat from Bulgaria, the Ottomans stationed their most elite Thrace First Army in Adrianople. The size of 6 divisions and the establishment of 100,000 people made it the most combat-effective fist force in the hands of the Ottomans. Moreover, this group army is also a priority training unit of the German advisory group, and its combat effectiveness is very guaranteed. Moreover, the defense policy formulated by the Ottomans also targeted Bulgaria. After all, Bulgaria was already facing Adrianople, which was the last fortress city of Istanbul. It was precisely based on the deployment of the Ottoman army that Greece believed it had a chance of winning. After the war, concentrate forces to quickly defeat the Ottoman Macedonian army. Then the Greek army can rely on the narrow coastal road to block the reinforcement of the Ottoman army, thus in fact occupying the entire Austrian Macedonian region. Except that Bulgaria allowed the Ottoman troops to transit, but with the relationship between Bulgaria and the Ottomans, this was impossible to even think about. Even if Bulgaria did allow it, Osman would not dare. The Greeks, who were preparing for war, believed that they were 80% strong, so they couldn't wait to declare war on the Ottomans. Greece's ambitions have naturally attracted the attention of all countries. As a party with interests in the Balkans, Italy will certainly not miss this war. No. Carlo gathered with Prime Minister Antonio, Minister of War Marshal Cadorna, and Chief of General Staff General Simeon to talk about the war between the Ottomans and the Greeks. Your Majesty, colleagues, after Greece declared war with the Ottomans, its troops deployed on the border crossed the border and invaded Austrian Macedonia. The Greek army is currently divided into two parts, including the First Army commanded by Crown Prince Constantine, starting from Thessaly, has arrived at Katerini in Austrian Macedonia. Its target is directly at Thessaloniki, the core city of Austrian Macedonia. This is its main force, with 76,000 people and 263 artillery pieces. Another Greek army with 19,000 people set out from Epirus, aiming directly at Ptolemy. It is believed that, after capturing this place, it will join the Crown Prince's First Army. At sea, the Greek Navy's warships have gone to sea, led by two 10,000-ton warships Evlov and Lemnos, and have blocked the Dardanelles Strait point. In addition, Greece is currently mobilizing to form a second army, but due to weapons and personnel factors, it will take at least 20 days to complete the formation. The speaker was General Simeon, the Chief of General Staff. He was holding a baton on the map and explaining the dynamics of the Greek army to Carlo and his colleagues. What about the Ottomans? How did they respond? At this time, Antonio, as Prime Minister, couldn't help but ask. General Simeon said immediately when asked by the Prime Minister. As for the response of the Ottoman army, according to the news we have received, its Macedonian army has retreated to Thessaloniki. Gone, Admiral. Simeon's words surprised everyone. Yes, this is the current information on Osman. Of course, secret actions cannot be ruled out. However, given Osman's confidentiality, I think it is unlikely. Well, knowing what they were thinking, Simeon said more. Obviously, it is not advisable to question the military's battlefield intelligence collection capabilities. The Ottomans have been slow to take action in the face of the Greek offensive. Is it because they are worried about Bulgaria? Suddenly, this sentence made everyone's eyes light up. It is indeed possible. If the Ottomans were not sure of Bulgaria's true thoughts, the troops they placed in Adrianople would not dare to be used. Moreover, not only could they not be used, they also needed to be strengthened. If this is the case, it makes sense. Chief of General Staff Simeon looked at the map and murmured to himself, then, why does Bulgaria want to help Greece? Did they make some secret agreement? It shouldn't be. With the relationship between our country and Bulgaria, even if there is a secret agreement, there should be some hints. Foreign Minister Bacona asked his own question. Don't doubt Italy's influence in Bulgaria. Currently, Italy is a priority in Bulgarian diplomacy. Because Italy is Bulgaria's most needed and important ally at the moment, Bulgaria generally does not hide anything from Italy. Moreover, the relationship between Greece and Bulgaria is not good. It is difficult for people to believe that the two will be close because they have an irreconcilable conflict, that is Thessaloniki. Neither side is willing to see Macedonia's largest port fall into the hands of the other. Perhaps Bulgaria has no connection with Greece, but simply wants to continue the fight between the two parties. The Prime Minister's point of view made everyone's eyes brighten. This is really possible. Both warring parties are their own enemies, so why not let them continue to fight? If this makes sense, giving the much weaker Greece an advantage in the early stage, and then letting the two sides continue to fight and increase losses, is more cost effective than sitting on the sidelines. The Prime Minister was indeed the Prime Minister, and the ensuing battle was exactly as expected. Bulgaria's changes on the border did make the Ottomans dare not relax, so the First Thracian army in Adrianople did not dare to move at all, and could only send reinforcement from Istanbul. Istanbul sent 3 divisions of reinforcement, and rushed all the way to Thessaloniki. On the Greek army's side, the fierce siege of Thessaloniki was underway. The Greek army, which had superior strength and firepower, continuously launched attacks on the Ottoman defenders. However, the Greek army failed to succeed due to the resistance of the defenders. The excellent command of the Turkish army commander Kara Mustafa caused the Greek army to lose troops. After a 12-day siege, Greece lost 18,000 people and still failed to capture the city. Being held at Thessaloniki for a long time put the Greek army in danger. Sure enough, after the 3 divisions of reinforcement arrived, the Greek commander Crown Prince Constantine could only announce his withdrawal from Thessaloniki and retreat to the border. Originally, according to the words of the Crown Prince, considering that the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted from the long attack, they slowly retreated and relied on fortifications for defense point. But this order turned out to be a major mistake. Turkish army commander Kara Mustafa took advantage of the chaotic retreat of the Greek army to give it a go. The retreating Greek army was held back by the menacing Ottoman army and fell into panic and chaos. The morale of the Ottoman army, which was pressed by the whole army, was even more shaken. Under the circumstances, a great victory took place outside the city of Thessaloniki. There were only 57,000 Greek troops who retreated to the country. All the manned weapons were lost, and more importantly, most of the artillery they carried were lost. Such a tragic sight has completely destroyed Greece's ambitions. The morale of the troops that returned was completely depleted, and it was difficult to rectify it. Moreover, the victorious Ottoman army was approaching the border. The Greek army, which had lost heavy firepower, could only try to use the terrain advantages to resist. However, resistance was in vain. After losing heavy firepower, the Greek army suffered successive defeats. They suffered successive defeats near the cities of Phasalou, Villasthnon, Pagadia, Arta and Pravosa, and Greece could only request an armistice. Not to mention that Greece lost many troops and generals in this battle. Years of hard work were also wasted. It was such a tragedy. After the mediation of various countries, Greece compensated the Ottomans £2 million in compensation and ceded several key points in Thessaly, and the war came to an end. In this war, the poor performance of the Greeks made other countries look down on the Ottomans. It also made the countries in the Balkans, which were about to get into trouble, become much calmer. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. But whether it's a good thing or not, it doesn't matter to the Italian Navy, because they have more important things to do. Chapter 355 Year Shipbuilding Plan. The Italian Navy has made great achievements in protecting the Italian economy over the years. For the Italian Navy, these hardships are nothing. After all, the kingdom invests a lot of money every year, and the Navy still has to show a sufficient role. However, as time goes by, everyone in the Navy can feel that naval warships are becoming increasingly insufficient. To be more precise, the cutting-edge warships are becoming increasingly insufficient. Although the Venetian Improved Class and the Turin Class are both pioneering masterpieces, the warships launched in various countries are not weaker than the Turin Class, and the trend of catching up makes the Navy worried. Therefore, everyone from Admiral Yagia, the Minister of the Navy, to the sailors are eager to enhance the strength of the Navy so that the Italian Navy can continue to gallop on the sea. As the head of the Italian Navy, Admiral Yagia certainly has a duty to do so. Fortunately, His Majesty the Wise King still cares about the Navy very much, so he has not forgotten the needs of the Navy. Your Majesty, this is a shipbuilding plan that our Navy has been preparing for 5 years. Your Majesty, please take a look at it. Following Admiral Yagia's words, a thick shipbuilding plan was handed to Carlo. Carlo did not read the plan immediately, but asked Admiral Yagia, Your Excellency, Admiral, before reading the plan, I must state one thing first. In the next 5 years, the government will only allocate 280 million lire for shipbuilding costs, and will not allocate 1 more lire. Therefore, if the Navy builds, if the ship plan exceeds the quota, you must find a way to raise funds yourself. Why did Carlo say such harsh words in the first place? The Navy had a precedent before, and not only once or twice, but the warships were launched and outfitted, and the money was spent. Then, in order to prevent the warships from not being able to serve, the government had no choice but to allocate funds, because the money was not much, just about 10-15% of the balance. The Navy does too much of this kind of thing, and the government also has complaints. This financial expenditure is originally a carrot and a hole. If the Navy gives too much, it needs to be deducted from other aspects. Moreover, the new Prime Minister Antonio has a new attitude and is unwilling to take over this kind of bad thing again. Therefore, Carlo's intention in greeting him first was also to care about the Navy and avoid any major conflicts between it and the government. Facing Carlo's words, Admiral Yagia smiled unnaturally. No way. Our Navy department will never do such a thing this time. However, his words could not convince Carlo that his unnatural expression had betrayed him. Carlo opened the plan. The first page was the Navy's total scale of shipbuilding this time. The Navy planned to build 3 new battleships, 3 new armored cruisers, 8 cruisers, 18 cruisers in the 5-year shipbuilding plan, a torpedo boat destroyer, also known as a destroyer, as well as various warships such as gunboats, torpedo boats, and special support ships. In this shipbuilding list, the core are 3 battleships and 3 armored cruisers. Because they are all big guys weighing over 10,000 tons, they are more able to attract Carlo's attention in order to facilitate Carlo's review. The Navy also carefully marked the performance requirements of each ship in this plan. The 3 10,000-ton armored cruisers must reach a high speed of 22 knots according to the Navy's requirements. The Ministry of the Navy believes that as the speed of installation and patrol of various countries is getting faster and faster, Italy cannot lag behind. Therefore, the new armor must be designed to have a speed that is superior to that of other countries, so 22 knots is essential. In addition, it cannot lag behind in terms of firepower. 3 twin-mounted 254mm rapid-fire cannons must also be installed to deal with the increasing number of patrols in the navies of various countries. As for the secondary guns, they will be considered after equipping the main guns. In addition to speed and firepower, the armor of warships cannot lag behind. In terms of armor, the Navy has good news, and the armor steel jointly researched with Krupp has received good news one after another. After water steel and oil steel, Krupp developed carburized and surface-hardened nickel chromium alloy steel, which is the famous Krupp armor steel. Compared with the Harvey armor steel currently used by various countries, this armor steel has a 25% improvement in protective performance. This also means that for the same defense, only 80% of the weight can be achieved using Krupp armor steel. This will not only save tonnage, but will also greatly benefit the design of battleships. The Admiralty's armor requirements for the new armored patrol are higher than those of the Venice Improved class. Compared with the Venice Improved hull armor of 90mm to 152mm, the hull armor requirements of the new cruise ship are 115mm to 190mm, and the armor height is also increased from 3.2 meters to 3.7 meters. The added armor was mainly placed below the waterline. This is the experience summed up by the Navy after fighting the Japanese. Because if attacked under the waterline, warships lacking armor will suffer serious damage. As for the tonnage, the Navy Department also strictly limits it. The standard displacement must not be higher than 11,000 tons, and the full load displacement must not be higher than 12,800 tons. As for endurance, it must not be less than 8,000 nautical miles / 10 knots. It can be said that, if Italian designers can design this armored cruiser in accordance with the requirements of the Navy, as long as it is launched within 3 years, Italy can immediately regain the throne of the king of armored cruisers. Carlo is very satisfied with the new patrol plan given by the Navy. It is worthy of the Italian Navy, which is known for its high requirements. This is trying to embarrass the country's warship designers, but when he saw the battleship plan, Carlo couldn't help but frown. Admiral Yagia, who had been staring at Carlo, felt nervous and asked quickly, "Your Majesty, is there anything inappropriate?" Don't blame Admiral Yagia for being so nervous. This may be the biggest shipbuilding project during his tenure. The Navy is eager to see through it. If something goes wrong, how will he explain it to the Navy officers and soldiers? He, the Navy Minister, is afraid the only option is to take the blame and resign. There are indeed some problems. I feel that the battleship in the plan is not much different from the Turin class. Carlo expressed his doubts, which made Admiral Yagia a little embarrassed. Because the king is right, the new battleship is indeed not much different from the current Turin class in the new plan of the Ministry of the Navy. New battleships are required to be equipped with 4 356mm main guns. The speed is only required to be a maximum speed of 19 knots. In addition, the maximum armor thickness is only 380mm. However, considering the improvement of new armor steel, which can be considered to be better than the Turin class in terms of protection. Of course, the only saving grace of the new battleship is that its displacement is less than that of the Turin class. Compared with the Quirinal class, which has a standard displacement of more than 14,900 tons, the standard displacement of the new battleship is required to be reduced to 13,500 tons. This ensures firepower and speed, while also enhancing defense and reducing displacement. This is a dojo in a snail shell, and it is equally difficult. There is also an advantage to reducing displacement, that is, the construction cost of new warships will definitely be cheaper than that of the Quirinal class. The Admiralty does not focus on performance, but on price. Is this a sign that the more you live, the more you go back? In fact, this cannot be blamed on the Admiralty, because the Quirinal class design is very classic, and it is difficult for the Admiralty to set high targets for new warships. As for the large caliber rapid fire cannon on the main gun, it hasn't been developed yet. We can't drastically reduce the caliber to accommodate the rapid fire cannon. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? In terms of power, even the latest triple expansion steam engine cannot increase the horsepower much. As for the armor, we can think of some ways, but just thinking of ways to deal with the armor cannot significantly improve the performance of the battleship. Therefore, the Navy Department could only make a satisfactory new plan. Don't think that the Ministry of the Navy will only be demanding on warship designers. In fact, this is the Ministry of Navy's rational maximization request after collecting the latest technologies on battleships. Since the Quirinal class is already dazzling enough, it wants to for a new warship that far surpasses the Quirinal class. The Admiralty cannot think of a waypoint. Facing Admiral Yage's explanation of the Admiralty's difficulties, Carlo nodded silently. It seemed that it was really difficult for the Admiralty to come up with an epoch-making masterpiece again. Since Admiral Yage explained it this way, Carlo also accepted it. After all, I definitely don't know more about battleships than the Navy. However, considering the development of future warships, he still had to ask, how's the steam turbine research going? Currently, the Naval Power Research Institute has built a 1000 horsepower steam turbine and is testing it. Admiral Yager also reported good news but not bad news. He did not say a word about the results of this test because the test results were very bad. In less than half an hour, the steam turbine exploded and almost injured people. Afterwards, it was found that the reason for sealing point. But after Carlo heard the good news, he continued. We need to continue research on steam turbines, and it is best to develop high power ones. In addition, we cannot let go of the research and development of large caliber rapid fire naval guns and new ammunition. Your Majesty, please rest assured that our Navy Department will not neglect research in this area. Carlo still believed Admiral Yage's assurance. After all, the Navy was more active than anyone else in the research of large caliber naval guns and new ammunition. Now, I feel relieved. As he spoke, Carlo turned to the price page in the plan, and the total shipbuilding cost of 287 to 325 million lire appeared clearly in front of him. Based on his understanding of the habitual offender of the Admiralty, he should generally look at the latter number at this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.